But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. With that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Out there and forget about QE. His book.
Well, they're worried about it.
As fast as, you know, who's talking about his book now? Only us, I think.
Right, that's the whole thing. That's why they're worried about it. They are very worried about Nathan's book coming out. It's just going to blow that one away, and then they're going to be even more bitter. They're going to try to hurt him some more. That's what freaking scumbags do, you know?
Well, that's the annoying thing is you got your nose pointed at joint. You've done what you've done, but does that? You don't need to continue the whole vendetta. It was your problem in the first place, nobody else's.
How's it going?
Everything is roses.
Jolly good?
Everything is good, Nathan. Sun is up. It's warm. It's a good day.
It certainly is.
Well, at least from my perspective and my location, it's usually gray. So once you come out of the winter months and you get into the spring and summer, you start to get some good weather. And in the Minnesota area, everybody goes nuts.
Oh, you're from Minnesota too? Like
Yeah.
fisherman in a box?
Yep.
Communist Minnesota, huh?
Communist?
But
Yeah,
the UK's got to be kind of similar in the winter months, right, Nathan? If that's correct assumption as far as like the weather over there during those months.
Yes.
Yeah, Nathan is communist California and communist Minnesota. And Chicago and New York. But you know what? They're all part of the same freaking hypocrisy. All of them. Hashtag same team.
They're all part of the same what, Neil?
Hypocrisy.
Oh, the hypocrisy. I got you.
Remember in The Godfather 2 when Michael tells the senator, Senator, we're all part of the same hypocrisy. But don't think it applies to my family.
Hey, Surf Daddy.
Good morning. How you doing?
All right, trimming out shorts videos.
Just for me?
No.
For everybody.
For some people.
Sounds good.
Got one more to upload, and then I'll maybe play you a few of them.
Oh, these are the shorts you were working on with the 60 Feast of Nonsense deals?
I'm not going to have time to edit out every single one, but I'll do what I can each day, and then obviously if there's better ones that I've missed on that day, then that's tough luck.
I think the main point will get across. Doesn't have to be all of them. Most of them are just too stupid to even put much time in.
You know what the funny thing is? I still hear people using those.
Using what? Feast of Nonsense arguments?
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's why we're covering it. That's the main rhetoric.
Yeah,
It's
but
easy
some
to
of them are
consider yourself
ridiculous. They come on.
representative of the rest, but we're not.
I get it, but some of them to still be using. Come on.
Yeah. They will be.
Well,
Who's decrying them?
You've seen some of the stuff I've sent from Facebook, haven't you? That, I mean, these are mainstream globe troll groups, and their arguments are just beyond straw man nonsense. There's one guy that posted an actual argument by McLovin, who said, this is his post, earwax is more popular than flat earth. Here, look. And he did Google Analytics picture of earwax versus flat earth as a search topic. And that's his whole argument. And they're posting that on the groups. And they think they're being funny, and ironic and whatever, just making fun of it. But if you look at them as standalone arguments, they're just insane.
Oh, let's talk about earwax.
Well, I guess that explains that group and what they're interested in as far as if they think that's an interesting topic, earwax, compared to everything that would go along with this flat topographical plane we live on. It's strange to me, but I had to throw that in there. It's weird. I've been on Facebook before with like some of that stuff, and I had to get off there because people were just nuts. You bring any of that kind of stuff up, moon landing stuff, flat earth. So I'm on there, but I just never communicated much with it.
Hopefully we'll introduce a new audience to the subject, and it's not your average fart sniffer that's been introduced via ridicule. Like, the paths, although well trodden by us, are still exactly the same as they ever were. So you're either led to the subject as an anti-flat earther there to ridicule, or you're there as a flat earther conspiratard there to lap up the so-called flat earth belief and then peddle what you've just been researching 5 minutes prior in conspiratardia land.
Yep. What? Stick with, hey, if something works, stick with it.
Yeah, the people who on the flat earth side have been fed a notion that talking about fake moon landings is somehow going to convince everybody of a flat Earth that doesn't need anybody being convinced of it, is the narrative that's been fed to the masses to distract anybody who looks at the subject from the actual reality of Earth measurements. So there needs to be this whole narrative of a flat Earth that's about all the stuff we're covering currently, the Feast of Nonsense subjects, instead of flat Earth measurements. I'll be back in a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Hopefully it won't be a ton of dead air.
I just sent a couple of posts of McTunes that were sent to a couple of the Facebook groups that I check out once in a while. And the second one that shows the oil rig, I said something in the post, and McLovin replied back, and his brilliant reply is, "You just don't understand basic geometry, not one bit." And that's it.
Is that because of the black swan image that he's saying that, or what?
No, well, he shows
You
an
said
oil
rig.
and then says something dumb like, "No flurf has ever can bring back the oil rig from behind the curve of the Earth. The oil rigs prove the Earth's a globe." It's just dumb stuff.
What about the distance to the oil rigs?
Yeah, no, I point stuff like that out now, and literally all I get back is, "You just don't understand basic geometry, not one bit." That's it. He's done. He's toast. He is not even worth arguing with. And the guys that are using his stuff that he's putting out there, like earwax is more popular than people are using that stuff as arguments. They're so late to the debate that
Well, we have an equilibrium, right? Earwax protects the ear canal. However, excessive earwax can disrupt your balance. Impacted wax can press against the eardrum, disrupting the delicate inner ear structures responsible for spatial orientation, which may cause dizziness or vertigo.
yeah, we could discuss earwax all day and totally forget about how we measure the Earth, which is fine for me. That would probably be more interesting. But using that argument as an argument against or for or whatever flat Earth is beyond dumb.
Yeah, it is pretty strange that, but they're trying to underplay it so much, like it's insignificant and just such a wacko thing to believe in, that we're going to compare it to earwax, which you utilize every day, and just completely oblivious and unaware of what you're even doing, but yet somehow think there's sphericity and there's a curving nature to the ground you're on, especially with that image with the oil rigs, though. It's strange how not like acknowledge what I guess you're seeing as far as, well, the geometric horizon, and trying to insinuate math after that. You just don't understand what you're looking at. It's weird. When you see it, I guess.
All I'm concerned about is the distance.
Well, yeah. Linear mile distance. Try explaining that to my son a little bit. So I'd like to get him a copy of Nathan's book. he's just not into it right now where he gives it a thought. You know what I mean? It's not even in his wheelhouse. He doesn't, he's concerned with other things, I can just tell talking to him, but he doesn't shut it down. Doesn't come back in like defense of, like he, thinks we're, on a ball. Well, basically, I'm sure he does because it's just how long, obviously
There's a serial
seen
killer on
that
the
kind of
loose.
imagery. And in video games and movies and everything, and so. Oh, good morning.
The serial killer on the loose. Where?
Why isn't that line muting? Because they can't keep their mouths shut. A theodolite does not measure Earth curve. It measures angles.
Okay. The way the conversation went was I gave you multiple surveys of Earth curvature, and then refracted curvature asked me what tool was used. And I responded with one of the tools was a theodolite.
That doesn't measure Earth curve. Fourth time. Are you going to acknowledge what I've said? It measures angles, though, doesn't it? Not Earth curve.
The way you measure a curvature is with angles. I hate to tell you that.
But you don't measure curve with angles. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Were you dropped on your head by your mother?
How do you measure?
Why are you asking me something? You don't measure curve with angles. Angles are two straight lines. You stupid idiot.
Do you measure a curve?
Why are you asking me something? I asked for Earth curve measurements. What I got was an angle measuring device.
Right, because...
Yeah, right! So sit down, you disingenuous glurf scum. When asked for curve measurements, you didn't give them. What you gave us was an angle measuring tool that measured with respect to a plane of reference. Now all you can do is glurf through the top of your annihilation, like the disingenuous scumbag glurf coward that you are. Now we've dealt with what you were asked for. You were asked for Earth curve measurements. You didn't give them. You offered a tool that measures angles. You've been schooled. Now I'm giving you another opportunity for the third time to talk about the pitch. That's the measurement of angle with respect to horizontal to afford a plane to remain in level flight. Do you want to talk about that, or you'll be permanently shut down from this discussion? We've dealt with your request to offer Earth curve measurements. You gave a tool that measures angles, not curves, from a plane. Now we're talking about pitch of aircraft. Do you understand?
Curvature is measured by angular...
No, it's not. Curve is not a fucking angle, you complete retard. No, curve is not angle. Angle is two straight lines.
The unit of measurement...
Stuttery bitch! Are you not going to acknowledge that curve is curve? It's a deviation from horizontal. It's not angle. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Curve is measured in angular measurements, in degrees. You could say a curve over X distance curves 3 degrees. That's how you measure curvature.
Oh, okay.
The way you
And
measure
with,
flatness is by
with respect to
showing
Earth's
there
surface.
is no angular change.
Okie dokie. So we need a distance. Will the distance with respect to Earth's surface be linear and horizontal?
it won't be horizontal. You don't measure a curve.
So have you never seen a map? Have you never seen a scale on a map? Are you going to now lie about how maps work?
So do you...
Why are you saying so? It's a yes or no question. Do you not understand how the scale on a map works?
What does that have to do with measuring a curve?
Because it's Earth's measurement, you fucking retard!
Settle down.
No, I won't settle down, you unbelievable spastic. You've said that it's not horizontal, and I've directed you to a fucking map and its fucking scale. Do you understand that on a map, utilization of Earth measurement, it is, unlike your glurf contradiction, horizontal and linear. You said it wasn't horizontal, and I'm going to call you a fucking retard. Because yes, it is fucktard. Have you never used a map? Third time.
You said that curvature is not measured in degrees.
You said you'd need a distance to measure curvature in a degree, and I asked you if the distance would be horizontal and linear. You said it won't be horizontal for the distance. I say fucktard. Yes, it is. Have you never used a map?
Sixth time. Is curvature measured?
Why are you asking me something? Have you never used a map, you fucking retard? Because the distance on the map is horizontal and linear. You said it wasn't.
Seventh time. Is curvature measured?
Why are you asking me for what curvature's measured as? You've already told us that to measure your curve, you need a distance. And if we're talking about Earth, we're going to be talking about the distance on maps, which is horizontal. Isn't it, fucktard?
Eighth time. Is curvature
Why are you asking me something?
Degrees?
Sorry, remove him from the discussion. There's no point in having a conversation with anymore, because he said that no, distance isn't horizontal, but it is, Bucksodbuster. That's precisely what it is like on the maps. Now, you're going to be a coward, or you're going to acknowledge how wrong you were when you said that the distance isn't horizontal when referencing Earth and distances, because you're wrong.
We can use...
Stuttery little bitch! That's right, you stuttery little fucktard glurf. Yes, stutter for me, spastic. That's right. Distances are horizontal like on maps, you fucking retard.
11th time. Is curvature...
Fine! Was that fine? Yeah, yes, so you're wrong then, stuttery. So, stuttery. Horizontal distance measurement then, yes?
I will ask a 12th time.
So you didn't ask 12, you only got up to 9, you can't even fucking count. What a retard. No, you didn't reach 12, Dumbo. Try and keep up with your own number structure. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then 10 and 11 before 12, you fucking retard. Meanwhile, horizontal distance measurement on the maps. You said no, and now you're glurfing through the top of me. Just got to glurf through the top of me, right, Buck? As long as you keep yammering through the top of me, you'll win, right? You said no to the horizontal distance measurement. I asked if a fucking retard's ever used a map. That'll be the 9th time I've asked you if the distance on a map when referencing Earth for the distance that you're going to appeal to when you suggest we've got curve measurements. You said we need distance, and I asked you if you understood that that would be horizontal and linear. We've had 10 repetitions because I can fucking count, but you haven't acknowledged it, have you, you little glurf spastic coward? So horizontal distance
You said
then.
that a theodolite can...
Not theodolite. Distance, fucking glurf retard. You said we'd need it. I'm asking you if the Earth measurement of distance is horizontal. You said no. Wrong, wanker. Have you never used a map? 11 times.
11 times. Can curvature be...
That's not an answer to my fucking question. I asked if the distance on the map would be horizontal and linear. You said no. I'm pointing out that you're wrong. You don't seem to want to acknowledge that you're wrong, Bucksodbuster. I'm going to now correct you, and I'm going to shut you up while I fucking do so. You're not going to glurf through the top of me, explaining to my fucking audience how wrong you, the disingenuous glurf spastic liar, is. No, distance measurement is horizontal and linear, like on the scale of a map, you fucking retard. You're just dumb and don't understand how a map scale works in reference to Earth distance. It is horizontal, you fucking retard.
Please don't swear, but let's.
You fucking retard! You said no when asked if distance would be horizontal. You said no, not horizontal. Now I'm calling you a fucking retard. Do you hear me, you fucking retard?
Nathan, can't.
Yes, my name, bitch. It's not going to be a horizontal distance according to you. You're getting called a fucking retard as a result. You are a fucking retard who's never used a fucking map.
Nathan.
That's my name, bitch. I want an acknowledgement that you were wrong when you said it is not horizontal, end quote you. You were wrong. What a fucking retard.
For me, Nathan.
Happy birthday, you're 25.
Unskippable ads, sorry. One telling you, I'm not asking you for a question when I tell you how wrong you are when you say no, it's not a horizontal distance. Yeah, it is, retard.
Why are you not answering?
Why are you asking me a question? I'm telling you you're wrong and you can't seem to acknowledge it. It's because you're a glurf coward. Glurf coward. Distance is horizontal. Like on a map scale. 13th time.
I think I'm on 12. You said a theodolite can't be used to measure curvature.
You said it requires distance, and I asked you if you understood that distance is horizontal and linear.
And I said it's not.
So you don't understand how a map works then, retard?
Why?
Why are you asking me something? You don't understand how a map works. You're an idiot. The scale on the map, scale on the map is horizontal, and all he can do when he's proven wrong is glurf through the top of me.
Brother? Again, let's
stutter like a retard. Yeah, Buck, let's stutter. That's what I've reduced you to. A stuttery, incorrect spastic who doesn't understand how map scale works. It's horizontal and linear, and he's glurfing through the top of me and stuttering like an abject fucktard. Aren't you, Buck?
You said theodolite cannot be used to measure curvature. Can you...
What, so we're only going to use maps flat then? Yeah, that's because Earth's measured flat with horizontal linear distance measurements. That's right, we won't be using maps to measure curve. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Can a theodolite...
Why are you asking me something? Of one, Buck, you retard. You've just said, no, we won't use maps to measure curve, but we do use them to measure Earth with horizontal linear distance measurements. Those maps have got measurements ascribed to them. They are ipso facto flat Earth measurements. Horizontal and linear, and quote, Buck Sodbuster, we won't use maps to measure curve. That's right, Buck. So why are you even here? No, we won't use maps to measure curve. They don't measure curve. They measure Earth flat. And all you can do is glurf through the conclusion. What you're now doing as a scumbag glurf is glurfing through the conclusion. I urge you, no, we won't use maps to measure curve. Buck, I heard you. Now you're getting server muted by the moderator of this server because I'm trying to make a conclusion using your own dumbass words. Quote, Buck Sodbuster. No, we won't use maps to measure curve, but we do use maps to measure distance. And you said when measuring curve, we'd need distance. So when referencing Earth, we'll get the distance from the maps. And they don't have curve, but they do have measurements of distance, and they are horizontal flat Earth measurements. Those are the facts, Buck. Now, I understand that in this devastating fact that I'm putting to you, you need to tell the audience, no, distances aren't horizontal. Yeah, they fucking are. It's just they're not measuring curve on map distances. 13 times.
Yeah, I'm on number 13 too. We do not use a map to measure curvature. We use a theodolite to measure curvature.
No, we use a theodolite to measure angles.
Curvature is measured.
No, we're using a theodolite to measure angles, not curve, you fucking retard.
How do you measure curvature?
So why are you asking me? That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy, ladies and gentlemen, where his burden is suddenly placed upon me, like I need to answer how he will measure his curve with an angle measuring tool with a distance that's horizontal. No, Dumbo, you aren't measuring curve with an angle measuring tool, and the distance that you said you'd need to ascribe curve, there's him glurfing through the top of me, because it's all you cowards can do. When you said you need distance to ascribe curve to it, the distance for Earth measurement's flat. It's horizontal, as measured for maps. And quote you, we won't be using maps for curvature. No, that's right, because they're flat. And so are the horizontal linear distance measurements on them. So Earth is measured flat for the accuracy of maps. It's not got any curve, and if you're going to describe curve, you'll need the distance on the map, which has already measured a flat Earth to acquire it. So, in conclusion, Earth's measured flat for horizontal linear mile measurements as per the scale on maps. To infer that you've got a curve, Buck here will need to appeal to Earth measurements of distance, and those distances are already measured with respect to Earth, and they are flat. Distance is flat, distance is horizontal, and you're not going to be measuring curve with a tool measuring angles. Okay, you fucking retard.
No, that's incorrect. We do measure curve with tools
that is
measuring
totally
angles.
correct. How
That is
dare you?
That is how you measure a curve. That's also how you measure flatness.
So a tool for measuring angles, that's two straight lines meeting at a vertex, actually measures curve.
Yes.
No, it measures two straight lines meeting at a vertex. That's called an angle, not a curve.
We can measure the angle at two different...
Yeah, we can measure the angle, that's right. We measure angles with this tool. Not curve. You can measure the angle, though.
We can measure...
An angle.
Angles on...
Yeah, angles. So we're finally at the acknowledgement point where he's now repeatedly pointing out my winning point. So he's not measuring curve. It's not a tool for measuring curve. It's a tool for measuring angles. Yeah, I know it is, Buck. I've had to spit this fact at you 13 times.
the square.
Meanwhile, we're not measuring Earth curve with an angle measuring device. We're measuring it after leveling it with respect to a plane of reference. And if you're going to describe curve from it, you'll be utilising a distance measurement that's also flat.
How come... How
Stuttery bitch! Why is it that I put a fact that annihilates you and you start stuttering your way around a new fucking question?
Why are you yammering?
New question much. I'm not yammering. I'm pointing out that angle measuring devices don't measure curve and distance measurements are flat.
Third party and see if theodolites can measure curvature.
They measure angles. That's why you kept saying, we can measure angle, we can measure angle, we can measure angle. Yeah, that's because they measure angles.
To settle
Can't
this,
get
why
angles
don't
on
we
a
look
sphere.
on a third party and establish whether I'm right or you're right? Are you good with that?
So a theodolite measures angles.
Right, and you...
Right! So I'm right! You're a disingenuous glurf! You're saying it measures curve! No! It measures angles! What's the response? Right, in quotes, you. So we need to go to a third party? No, I'm already right by your own fucking admission, you disingenuous glurf scum.
I think you're having trouble understanding.
No, I'm not having any fucking trouble. Angle measuring devices aren't measuring curve. If they're measuring curve, it's the deviation with respect to the angle that they're measuring when leveled to a plane of reference. And for that, you will need distance. The distance that you will ascribe when inferring curve is already measured flat.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello, it's good to be here. We are in part 3 of a 60-strong list of, what do we call them? Feast of Nonsense housekeeping questions is kind of how they've been dubbed, which is to say that which we were addressing whilst formulating necessities to have housekeeping questions were typically based on Feast of Nonsense applications of flurf ideas that we were proving how flat the surface was when in fact debunking Earth's claim to be sphericity. entailing us, generally speaking, whistling past all flat Earth prerequisites used to establish the suggestion that we are on a globe in the first instance, for us to sniff our own farts while suggesting we debunk that notion that we ignored the flat Earth facts that built it with. So we'll be covering, 30 to 40 today, I think. All right, we're on part 3, right? No, yeah, is it 20 to 30?
Yes, it's part 3, Nathan.
I know it's part 3. It's in the title. I just forgot what number we got to. I think we got up to number 20. I'll have to bring it up on Surf Daddy's list in Master B to see exactly where we are. But yeah, we've covered about 20 so far. See the other 2 shows. I will do my normal call to action, although I've just done my intro literally only moments ago. But I'll do it for the people who are watching this fresh, right? So if you're watching the re-up of this video, please share this video, because we're going to be covering the standard fare stuff that people nag me to cover and say you should be covering, and then they list off all the things that they've become acquainted with and accustomed to when it comes to flat Earth discussion points. Well, for the most part, it greatly delights the anti-flat earthers, that's globe believers, when we cover the subjects that they're all familiar with debunking. And it delights the flat earthers, otherwise known as anti-globers, when we cover the stuff that they are familiar with in terms of what they are trained to respond to anti-flat earthers, that's globe believers with. So we, covering it now, will be of interest to the majority of the pond that we've left behind. And this is us sticking our fingers up to the people back in the pond as we point out in all aspects how Earth is measured flat. Now, off the back of this, I've been digging out, based on the amount of time I've got, some shorts videos from the live shows, that's yesterday's and Monday's, and turning them into 30-second, 60-second, 2-minute, couple of 3-minute videos in the short section of this channel. But the live shows are where you get it all condensed and obviously get to see it live. But if you're watching after the fact, please smash the share button. Obviously, if you're watching live, smash the share button, as I think these will be popular with people who might be already watching the show. And at this sort of tail end of the show where it's been dealing with the globe predominantly, I feel moving into the future with my book publication coming out, I'm going to be attempting at least to reach out to people who are beyond the typical scope of the arena that we find ourselves in, and therefore potentially introducing new people to the discussion. Now that will ultimately result in the same old rhetoric being rattled off, and it'll be the rhetoric that you're hearing on these shows. But in terms of our rhetoric moving forward with those new people, it'll be based on Earth being flat in all instances, as opposed to Earth not being spherical, based on distances being too far when you're viewing things with respect to a plane, and elevation angle measurements and elevations from sea level, etc., etc. So hopefully you'll all smash the share button. Before we do though, anything anybody wants to bring up from yesterday or day before, or live shows that we did, or Uncut and after shows that we did, just to buy me some time more than anything else to get into the Sky conversation. Good.
I did enjoy the Land of Misfit Toys 2.3. I listened back to that; it was quite interesting, and I did enjoy that one.
You were the star of the show. So yesterday we were on the tail end of the live show. I keep coming away from Master B. I'll try and do it while I'm talking. We came away from the live show having rounded out the live show with talk about 2 people who've stolen from me. That's John Stunyer and Adam Meakin, who stole the 5th draft of the book that's about to come out, having gone through 10 drafts now and been delayed by about a year. So I'm basically behaving like a bit of a bitch and moaning about it. I mean, I took the L 8 months ago when they stole it and would move on, but for the fact that I wrote it into the book in the editing process up to the 10th draft. Can someone resend me the list? I can't seem to find it in Master B. Anyway, we were discussing it into the after show, and I was pointing out that a couple of people have been used to put a thin veneer of newness on the book that was stolen, with biographies about people who were inconsequential to the actual story, were getting moaned about because they're being utilised and basically put in a position to triangulate themselves with myself to offer up narcissistic delight for the person that's stolen from me. Now, I get the game, and I'm more than willing to play it if I know that there's going to be some benefit for me in the long run, which is to say that part of the book that will be published very, very soon has got a chapter on being betrayed, and this specific instance of the drafting process being purloined by a couple of thieving narcissists is part of the story. In fact, the opener to the book is me describing how my road, which I'm now condemning into this subject, was via the conspiratorial subjects. That is to say, subliminal messaging and psychopathy. The pseudoscience thereof was and is the opener to the book when it comes out, past and future tense. So it's already finished, but it hasn't been released yet in that weird interim. Hence me saying, when I go out and promote it, it's going to bring in some of these normie questions that we're covering on these shows. But ultimately, at the end of the discussion about these thieving 304s of Satan, as I described them, after them describing me essentially stealing my own material. So I just went out and dug out a few examples of me being told how I would earn 10x with the assistance of these two thieving scumbags, and how they continually describe which is on screen with my name on it as being mine, as opposed to a couple of thieving hoes who've decided to suggest that I've stolen my own shit. Nevertheless, when this was coming up, it was pointed out that these two thieves have actually got a show. Not that I particularly want to promote it, but it was being broadcast at a particular time at the end or conclusion of yesterday's Uncut and After show, which for whatever reason is still processing it. For members, you haven't actually got to see this yet. I don't know why YouTube's dragging their feet with the processing of that particular video, but nevertheless, you'll get to see it hopefully soon when it gets finished in terms of its processing. But I released a video that was trimmed out from one of the sessions after the fact. So I've finished or concluded an after show and then just sitting around chatting, and the guys started talking about producing a show called The Land of Misfit, if I can get it right, Land of Misfit Toys 2.3. I think that's correct. And they're chatting about it for some time. And I said, well, if you like, I'll just trim this out and put this out as a video. And they were like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So that's exactly what I did yesterday. So on this channel, which is Nathan Oakley 1980, unless you're watching on an Uncut and After show, re-up on my second channel. But on the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel, you can see that Land of Misfit Toys 2.0. And it's the bleating hearts of my very supportive panel members moaning about the fact that I've been stolen from. As I say, if this wasn't in the book, it wouldn't get any mentions. I don't necessarily like feeding the egos of narcissists as we bleat and moan about how wronged we feel. And was 8 months ago more than willing to take the L. Yeah, I've been duped, I've been conned, somebody's taken advantage of me, told me that I'll earn 10x. And when I hear people like Pearl talking about people who get conned tend to be taken in by some appealing notion of, in this case for me, earning 10x on my book sales because of the help of two thieves. Now, I've got those clips to trim out because there's a gaslit world, of course there is, of an alternative reality where I'm stealing my own stuff from them, as is always the case when you victim blame. Now, while I will take the L, I can easily demonstrate lies when somebody starts gaslighting unsuspecting empaths who are used to triangulate me with. Now, like I say, I'll lean into this and even publish shows about it while my panel moan about it, which is what Land of Misfit Toys 2.3 released yesterday was about. So that's what, although it took about 5 minutes, Wandeck's referring to. I hate having in-jokes in a live show, so I want you, the audience, to know exactly what Wandeck's referring to. And it does literally take 5 minutes to summarise. If someone came back to this section of this show 3 months from now and like, what is he babbling about? So you kind of got to summarise it all. So thank you for that, Wandeck. Yes, Land of Misfit Toys 2.3 got released yesterday.
Yeah, it's us mocking him because he's doing a treatment on 24/7 and he needs a treatment. But remember the tapes Mikey released, being demonstrated on the video who the author was when they're calling out, author, how do you want this? And the answer to that was, you can hear the sarcasm in my voice.
I see. Yes. Okay. What is it that a very famous professor said in the university? Choose your words carefully. Words have meaning. What's that? They don't really mean what they would be preferable to mean in a gaslit world that is the opposite to the words you've used. Spoken like a true narcissist. I was being sarcastic. Au contraire. The text with my name on it makes it explicit whose ownership the book was, and who was helping and gaslighting me into believing 10x of the profitability of the book would be afforded by two thieving bastards, who have then suggested that the book with my name written on it is actually co-authored by them. Really? Why didn't you insist on putting your name on it while you were working on it? Oh, it's because once we got about 90% finished, you thought, I can't possibly let Nathan have his own work that we offer to help with. I've helped with it, so it's mine now. Yeah, that's what thieves do. Like I say, this isn't a chapter. You'll enjoy, if you're an audience member, reading about it in the chapter, when it's released very shortly, called Betrayal. And it describes not just these two. I mean, they're not that important. They haven't been around long enough. I mean, for heaven's sake, I introduced one of them into videography. The idiot didn't even know how to use OBS. I had to teach him how to do it. I mean, obviously, this person's given a gaslit world to idiots, where he existed beyond Jesus himself and created the very world we all stand on. But that's what typical narcissists do when they take ownership of that which isn't theirs, so they can wear a mask of Nathan. Yeah, I've had it before and I'll have it again. Very amusing when the gaslighting narcissist doesn't realise that you've recorded everything and can easily show them lying to you about, quote, earning 10x while it's on screen with my name on the bottom of it. That second book about a spinster and a cobweb-ridden fanny hitting the wall, no, that's not what was on screen while I was told my book would earn 10x by two thieves. But I will call them by name whenever it comes up. What's that? Oh, you like the Betrayal chapter? Yeah, Adam Meakin is a thief and stole my 5th draft after helping me with it, so-called. Yeah, he didn't. He only lined his own pockets while he was telling me I'd earn 10 times as much because of his help. Amazing, really. The guidance that they offered and then stole. But if you, the audience who's hearing this while I discuss it with a third party, would like to hear more about this, you can read about it in the Betrayal chapter in my book. See, I'm trying to... getting into the flow of making this part and parcel of a rhetoric that leads an audience member into buying my book with my name on it about flat earth debate and the housekeeping questions and the characters, colourful that they are, that have introduced these questions, because it's easy to rattle off when you've experienced and lived those questions for 2,500 shows. Again, if you steal material from me and try and suggest that you're the author and arbiter of a world that I created, you're going to get called a thief. And no amount of layering up bullshit bios about people who have no significance to the story you've stolen will change the fact that I'll look down every camera I ever am put in front of and call thieves thieves. So there we go. You'll hear this rhetoric again when I'm on someone's show going, yeah, of course, the Betrayal chapter's good. It's based on people getting fucked over. Everybody loves that. And me, yeah, I was the one getting conned. Yeah, I was told the book would earn 10 times more for us allowing the assistance. God, how stupid am I? You can read all about it in my Betrayal chapter. I had to rewrite the whole book because they'd stolen it. But I just cut those fuckers loose and then got on with it. Because obviously it's not that difficult to rewrite your own story again, even after someone's stolen it and put a thin veneer of a spinster hitting the wall on top of it and suggested that makes it theirs. I mean, that's something I can recite really easily to somebody even under pressure. As we all find out when I go out and tour my book and start getting people to actually get behind it. That's what it takes to make a product successful. I understand that the start of my book's journey will be at the publication point. It doesn't exist as a book yet. When it does, that's when the hard work begins. Because then we've got to go out and promote the damn thing and tell people to buy it. They don't just magically come to you. They lie to you. They say, build it and they'll come. No, they won't. You've got to put signs up and send out flyers and do advertising and radio spots. That's what you got to do. Promotion. And that's what I hope the book will actually afford me. Yeah, I want to pay the mortgage. Yeah, I want to put kids' food on the table. And yeah, that's what people generally do work for, in this case, produce material. Me producing books. But I like this bit, producing videography. And hopefully I've got a justifiable reason to go out, book in hand, and go, yeah, read all about it in the Betrayal chapter. It is awesome. There are so many colourful characters in this wacky world of globe Earth versus flat Earth debate. So called in name only, because Earth's measured flat. Like the title of my book. So yeah, that's something you'll see coming up, me going out and promoting it. So as I'll reiterate now, I typically just obey the rules when it comes to dealing with narcissists. No contact ever again. If you even dip your toe for 1 second into the slurry pot of narcissism because you've suddenly been screwed over, then you'll very quickly find that the advice is unilaterally sung by anybody who's experienced the same thing. Don't have any contact with them. Cut them off completely. And what you'll immediately find is little flying monkeys are put in place to come and triangulate with you. And you've got to cut them all off one by one, because those people are just offering the means for the engagement between you as a source of narcissistic supply to provide your mental energy to somebody who's stealing from you after most likely love bombing you, like offering you things in their book, like a little bio, telling you that you're a wonderful country singer, suggesting that your name will be going down in history as a spinster who can't keep a decent man. You know, those sorts of things, when spun correctly, can sound really enticing when you're being love bombed. Being told, like I was, that your book will earn 10 times more money. Those sorts of things sound really enticing when you're really poor. But that's how con men work. That's how they operate. They don't have a conscience. They don't have any empathy. They're not concerned that they're about to shaft you over and potentially take food out of your kids' mouths. They just want what they want. In this case, to wear a mask of me. Little mini me men that want to be Nathan Oakley, that want to be the person that was spitting out the facts about housekeeping 2,500 times, day after day after day. My legacy needs to be a thieving narcissist's legacy, so I understand. Makes for very good chapter writing. It's called the Betrayal chapter. You'll be able to read about it very, very soon. I'll be promoting this in the way I'm training myself mentally to promote it when I'm in front of an interviewer about the actual subject. Who's been off mute this entire time? Neil, of course. Every single second I wanted to stop that rant because you're off mute the entire time. Thank you, Neil.
Sorry about that. I was dealing with somebody in chat that's claiming to be Sleeping Warrior.
Okay. Just don't be off mute while I'm having a little rant. I'm trying to train myself and concentrate. That said, it's good training. That is to say, when I'm in front of somebody and they've read my book and they're most interested, let's be honest, with the lowbrow stuff, the stuff about people. I mean, you could say this is one rung up. There's an event, me being stolen from, in the production of the very material that they'll have read. Now, that event might capture their imagination such that they ask me questions, and therefore I can anticipate, like I just have experienced, the line dancing around as they're off mute, probably with 10x the number of subscribers that I've got. Like I was told I'd earn 10x the amount of money on a book with my name on it than 2 thieving sods who were trying to steal from me. Just getting that patter down. Just got to get the flow. It's in the Betrayal chapter. Out soon. Right, Neil, go ahead. Sleeping Warrior's in the chat, you say?
No, he's not in the chat. I'm just dealing with somebody that's pretending to be Sleeping Warrior.
How do you know it's not him? Have you gone to his channel?
Come on, Nathan. I've been in this game long enough. I know how they're asking the questions. I know exactly who it is. I'm asking
Okay,
them to come
fair
clean.
enough. I don't disbelieve you. You're doing a good job, Neil. You're in the chat doing the do. Right, should we go through some of these questions? Do you guys want to actually offer your rhetoric first on some of them?
No, let's just go through them. It's fun.
Okay, right. Well, I've got to find them first. That whole waffle was done, and then Master Beast shut, and I can't actually find the list now.
Well, Surf Daddy didn't resend them to you?
No. I found them, it's fine. Okay. Right, so yesterday we covered Moonlight always tests colder than Moonshade. Okay. Next. Super zoom cameras show that boats don't go over any alleged Earth curve. Right, I've already done disdain for the last 5 minutes, so someone else can pick up the slack. Super zoom cameras show that boats do not go over any curve.
Isn't that kind of a prove it a negative kind of comment?
The see too far argument.
Yeah. Look, I got a super zoom camera. It's not showing boats going over a curve. That's just kind of dumb. Should just say, like, look, I see a boat 20 miles away.
Yeah.
That should be it.
How far?
A linear
20 miles.
horizontal distance measured on a map with a flat scale. Surveyed accurately so that the topographical deviations in the vertical can be described from that accurate horizontal linear mile measurement when measuring Earth to the millimeter accuracy. Earth's
So the
measured flat with
question,
miles.
how far would represent the answer?
One more time.
The question, how far represents the answer, which is a linear mileage.
Yeah. What I'm hoping moving forward is that your average Joe Normie comes across this subject and hears us in revised rhetoric after 12 years of doing this say what Craig has just said so concisely in question format. What's a mile? It's a horizontal linear distance measurement that's utilised when measuring Earth's flat surface. What's that? We have hills and valleys. Yes, the measurement of the hills and valleys is a deviation from the horizontal measured with miles and measured, although it's in a different convention now, moving from imperial to metric, measured with millimetre accuracy. I put it in that terminology because that's what the Ordnance Survey was sniffing their own farts with when bragging about how very accurately they have mapped and surveyed the land deviations from the horizontal flat Earth mile measurement all of the land is measured with. Ergo, Craig's concise summary, what's a mile? A linear flat Earth measurement system. That's what it is. It's a convention we use to measure Earth. It is ipso facto flat. Therefore, to assert heliocentrism is an extrapolation beyond an understanding that we will be utilising miles flat. Many of the heliocentric conventions that people have tied their lead to is based on these measurements. You've only got to look at things like Earth radius to understand that you've got a mile measurement, 3959 miles, that is in requirement of a linear horizontal ascribed value utilising this convention. That's distance, and it's flat. It must be flat, like we played in the pre-show from a couple of months ago with Buck Sodbuster, where he's describing, incorrectly, how Earth curve is measured with a theodolite, a tool for measuring angles. And then when asked how he will extrapolate two straight lines into Earth's curvature, he explains that he needs the distance to derive the curvature from. And the distance is a horizontal linear mile measurement, something that a glurf scumbag was struggling with cognitively and had to flap and stutter around. Because yes, to extract curvature, you first need flat Earth miles in a linear distance format to derive curvature from. First you'll measure Earth flat, then you'll calculate curvature into existence. Not in reality. You've got measurements of a flat Earth in reality. They're measured with distance. It is flat. Therefore, the most simplistic argument can be presented to a wider public. It's not that big a deal. It was always being measured flat anyway. Don't worry your precious little head about it. Have you never used a map? It was always flat. Go and buy an Ordnance Survey map and find your way around the country with it. It's got a scale on it, and they're bragging about the millimetre accuracy that they've measured Earth's flat topology with based on this system of miles. Here they are on the scale, flat and horizontal, linear by definition. And they're describing the mapped territory measured accurately to the millimetre on these little lines and squiggles on this piece of paper called a map. That's how Earth's been surveyed and measured. Flat. In all circumstances and without exception. The extrapolation of a curve belief for the ground stands in violation of all measurements that are used to extract curve suggestions from, as with Buck Sodbuster's extrapolation from linear horizontal miles into a derived curve value. Miles are flat, Earth's measured with them. Superb, Craig. Please share the show. That question about boats going over the curve, again, just back to plugging my book. I'll get into the habit of this. It's described in one of the chapters where I express my extreme irritation at this particular question, because the question, as Surf Daddy was pointing out, infers that there should be an Earth curve in the way. And when you photograph a boat at a given distance, that's a flat Earth linear horizontal measurement that you can acquire from a map if you know its exact location, or a clock on an island in the distance being a horizontal linear measurement, and you can basically read the time off the clock, you can say, oh, I shouldn't be able to see this clock. Why not? You've got a set of eyeballs and there it is in the viewfinder. What do you mean you shouldn't see it? Well, there should be an Earth curve blocking this clock. Is there? No. I can see it. Well, I need to now explain why the Earth curve that should block it isn't. Well, obviously, as a well-educated heliocentric believer, I can tell you for certain that it's a slightly looming, non-standard refraction, holographic projection from behind the physical geometric sphere edge that should be blocking it, but isn't blocking it. Therefore, it's a mirage of a clock from behind the Earth curve, refracted up so we can see it. I mean, what are you? Some kind of a flat earther? And you think, no, I'm just a guy with eyeballs.
What time was on the clock?
Time, you say? This is just fun for us now, right? Shooting fish in a barrel, waiting for those trigger words that require flat earth prerequisites to express them as a convention. In this case, time. We've got Craig on fire, One Deck on fire. Awesome.
Did you ever think that time would turn into a flat earth proof itself?
Everything's a flat earth proof. I'll say this. You'll hear this frequently. If there's a measurement and it has a connection to Earth, that is to say, if you have any Earth measurement, they will be and can only be flat. That is, every single Earth measurement ever. Past tense, present tense, and future tense. Earth measurements were, are, and always will be flat. So if you describe something like time, you go, is that an Earth measurement? Yes, of the sun. To average this measurement and produce a convention, you require the sun be measured with elevation angles. Look at Kepler's analemma if you want to know what I'm talking about. To average this system and give us a convention of time, Earth was, past tense, measured flat. If you want your current time, I don't know, from a sundial, present tense, you can measure time flat. Now, I'm not going to put it into a future tense. You get the general gist. But that is applicable to any Earth measurement. So remember, this will stick in my mind because of One Deck's asking it. It just stuck in my mind because he kept reminding me of it. When he asked, well, is it unreasonable to say time requires a flat Earth measurement? Before he'd even finished the sentence, I was like, no, it's not unreasonable. It requires a flat Earth measurement. Because I already had this rule to adhere to. Is it an Earth measurement? Yes, it is. Yeah, then it will definitely be flat. And you've only got to scratch the surface to see where that flat Earth measurement's applicable in all circumstances. Often, and in years gone by, people have asserted these flat Earth measurements to us. Like they've given them to us whilst declaring an incongruence with the very measurements they're basing their suggestion on. Like was played in the pre-show with Buck Sodbuster. He's got to describe a deviation from the horizontal when he applies a curve belief to his worldview. All right, you've got to use a distance. Yeah, you'll need a flat Earth for that. like any Earth measurement ever, even if you're suggesting that you've got curves to derive from an Earth measurement. The Earth measurement itself will always and can only be flat. The sun, time, is no different.
The best part of that clip was when he asked you, how do you measure curve? Reversal.
Oh, right, and I pointed out he's reversing the burden. Why are you asking me how you would measure curve? You've told me you measure Earth curve with a theodolite. I'm like, no. Your claim, Earth curve measured with theodolite. Theodolite measures two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Oh, well, I can derive the curve from the distance, end quote, book Sodbuster. Oh, right, so you'll need a horizontal linear distance. No, it's not horizontal. That resulted in getting called a lot of names, revolving specifically around his stupidity level. Yeah, with the most venom I could muster. And his response was to stutter like a moron. That's what happens when you start denying axiomatic prerequisites like horizontal distance. The same horizontal distance you'll need to derive your curve from when I come along and go, so horizontal linear distance measurement in miles then, yeah? Like 8 inches per mile, squared functionality of the curve, deviating from the 8 inches in a squared function when you've measured the miles flat. Yeah, you'll need flat Earth miles to suggest you've got a curve deviating from them. Obviously, every measurement of Earth, even the ones that Dumbos think they can derive curvature from, are flat Earth measurements. And when you start suggesting that the very base principle that you'll derive a squared functionality for curve from isn't flat, oh, well, what rate is the mile bending at? Will we have another straight horizontal convention to derive it from? Or is it levels deviating from levels at the rate of level, as was once carefully phrased by refracted curvature? I think we'll find it's the latter. Because miles don't curve. If they did, you'd need something to describe their rate of curve from, and that's not how it functions. We've got 8 inches per mile squared being the derivative squared function from the flat horizontal miles. You, boneheads who think you live on a sphere, require flat Earth measurements, and you always did.
And nobody is saying that. It's like
I'm
we're
saying
the only
it.
voice.
I just literally just said it just then. Did you not hear me?
I mean, we're the only ones screaming it from the rooftops. Nobody's saying it. You got a guy in chat asking, how does Nathan measure the distance on its map?
Oh, well, let's
I
just
don't
answer
think
that.
you measured.
I don't. I mean, I do have several ordnance surveys in the cupboard from when I was driving around as a rep. I've got them from multiple countries. I was also given them regularly when I was out delivering groceries for Tesco in the interim period between working as a manager and working as a YouTuber. In my part-time job, they gave us ordnance survey maps so that we could drive around. They had little scales on them for miles. And we've gone through ordnance survey videos describing how the maps get created and how topographical deviations, that's curvature, like of hills and valleys, gets measured to the millimetre accuracy by having a horizontal linear mile measurement to describe them deviating from. So Earth is measured flat, not by me. I'm a YouTuber. Let's just lay it out. We've got Dumbos in the audience. Me, YouTuber. Ordnance survey, map makers, measuring Earth flat with linear miles. The deviation in the vertical being accurate to the millimetre. That's not me, you Dumbo. Hello? I think you're barking up the wrong tree. If you've got an issue with how horizontal miles are when we measure the surface, go and talk to the Ordnance Survey, not to a YouTuber. I mean, you're barking up the wrong tree if you think you're going to get the Ordnance Survey to redefine what a mile is. But I mean, obviously, if it's incongruent with your sphere belief, maybe you do want to go and tell the Ordnance Survey that they should jump off tall buildings, be castrated, have their kids removed, have the police sent round or social services. Oh, no, that's not Ordnance Survey, that's me. I get that as a YouTuber for pointing this shit out, don't I? My bad, silly me.
Well, you're gonna like this, Nathan. He also says the ordnance survey, one survey is to apply local scale factors after you've measured flat from the map. It can add it can add or subtract up to 40 centimeters per kilometer. That is how they get to their accuracy.
Right, accuracy? I don't think so. They're just measuring it. We've seen it. We've played videos from the Parthay descriptions from the Ordnance Survey using their stereogram or whatever they call it, that gives them the flat glass plane that has literally hundreds of square kilometres or square miles on it, flat, with the ascribed deviations in the horizontal being literally penned in by, what would you call them, artisans, map makers, cartographers. So we know how they measure it. They measure it flat. They're utilising miles to do it. Now, if you don't like what a mile is because the derivative function that you want to apply after the fact curves them, do what you like. It won't change how a map works or how Earth is measured. The other thing, if you want to suggest that you haven't got, horizontal linear miles, then the further assertion that we can derive sphericity by way of a flat horizontal linear radial value acquired by elevation angle measurements at the Polaris minimum we call the equator. That's a flat value. Again, why would you want to bend your radius? Do you not know that radii are straight? Obviously, you're stupid. You're bending miles. Meanwhile, miles are flat. For you too, as a dumbass sphere believer. I mean, like I say, you can suggest that your 3959 mile radius is bent after deriving it from a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement to Polaris. You can do that. It just won't change what elevation angles, that's latitude, to Polaris are. They're flat Earth prerequisites with 90 degrees below Polaris. You can't change the derivation, that's calculation after the fact, that gives you 3959 at the equatorial minimum. That's flat. That's a radius value in miles. Like I say, those same miles apply to the surface and the deviation from it in topographical changes. Earth's measured flat in miles. No getting away from this. Don't have to like it. And it's not me that's the arbiter of it, in case you think you need to send the police or social service around to have my kids off me because I've told you this. You don't need to do that. We've only got one of them done today, and I've got only about 3 of yesterday's 10 trimmed out. So I'm happy if this conversation continues without us covering the next 10 in this particular live show. And then that means I can trim out more of the ones from yesterday's and produce a few more shorts videos with them. I'll give you a taster of what I mean by these shorts videos. Not, is it real, is it CGI? How high were they? From sea level to the person who has the burden. That's their extraordinary claim that there's men flying in the sky taking pictures of a sphere Earth from a sky vacuum. What height did they take this so-called photo from again? So that was one of the shortest ones. I think it was only about 16, 17 seconds. I'll give you a couple of others. This is me doing poetry from yesterday. Subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980. The ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration and the perturbation in the variation of background radiation when we view illumination. There is no protestation in my verbal masturbation because perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation toroidation, of magnetization through vacuum evacuation, show their Maxwellization propagation with emotion demonstration, phase quantization via quantum induction validation, where we view the Michelson-Morley experiment showing consistent variation in the direction when illumination went on vacation at elevation and atmospheric stratification by interpretation. And that's a miniaturization of the ether explanation. If you lack in comprehension, it's because of your education. Did I mention the free power generation? Long live the ether. This is a declaration and not a theora hypothesization. Subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980.
Wow, you got that out freaking nicely.
Great, that.
Yeah,
I think that was
That's
the
a
first time
grime
you did
tune,
it
that.
like that.
Thanks.
Put that to a song as well.
You're going to put the poem to a song? I reckon you could get at least a
Yeah,
verse and 2 choruses out of that.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice. But yeah, like a grime hip hoppy type of thing.
Got another
If you
one?
got the lyrics, I'll just send them over. Yeah.
I'll have to share for this one because it's got a screenshot in it, or what would you call it? A visual aid. Let's call it. Oh, wrong one.
Yeah, like, you know, when they're doing that hip hop and the guy's spitting rhymes and you hear things in the background, you could throw names out in the background.
All right, it's the linear distance measurement that we use to chart all the land that this is apparently moving over. So got flat Earth measurements then. They're getting the same enjoyment as a 12-year-old boy would get when he's watching this stuff, believing that there's a place that you could be like Superman, hover around in orbit in 0G. Yeah, you too could be like Superman, little dweeb. That's the 12-year-old fart-sniffing, believing it methodology of watching this crap. But then you get overgrown hippies that look at the same footage and go, hey man, check it out. That astronaut just dropped its keys and it hit the floor and they're supposed to be in 0G. Look at that water on the side. It's not floating away. It's 110 year out of date force that's not a force that you can think of as a force of a mass attracting mass that will allow orbital motion to result in a net force of 0 called gravity that apparently isn't in existence when you debunk this footage. And what are you talking about? Their altitude's measured off sea level. They're travelling in a horizontal linear distance measurement. That's how the world's been mapped and charted and surveyed. So any ascribed vector to this claim to be rocket in a sky vacuum in violation of a law of nature, the second law of thermodynamics, is ultimately going to be what, affirming gravity for you while you debunk the footage? Who cares? It's got flat Earth measurements up the wazoo, like anything that's ascribed to an Earth measurement. In this case, velocity. It's doing, what, 17,500 miles per hour? What's a mile? All right, it's the linear distance measurement that we use to chart all the land that this is apparently moving over. So got flat Earth measurements then. They're getting the same enjoyment as a 12-year-old boy would get. That wasn't the one I thought it was. This one. There's plenty of subliminal messages out there. The Jeff Bezos penis-shaped thing that he's sending up has a feather. It's just a subliminal. There you go. That's why I wanted this to be screen shared, just so you can see the Jeff Bezos subliminal penis feather. There it is. Penis. It is the tip and shaft of a cock in the shape of a feather. Yeah, for the incredibly dumb. They're sending rockets up to an altitude measured from sea level. They're using ballistic trajectory. It's measured flat for distance and altitude, rather than suggesting that a vector's a snake tongue, like anybody cares. But it sounds salacious, doesn't it? And satanic. It's a serpent's tongue. It's the forked tongue of Satan when they tell you about the sky vacuum. No, they just measure Earth flat with a ballistic trajectory. The stories that I've heard, unsubstantiated, is send it in a ballistic trajectory that you can only measure with respect to a flat plane, then dump it in the Bermuda Triangle. And then later on, they'll bring back a rocket from space that's a glider and everyone's happy. It's got a full story arc. Family Guy or some similar cartoon, Cleveland or something like that, where they had Stanley Kubrick come. And Kubrick is directing a trip to Mars. And in the direction, he tells everybody, close your eyes while they dump off a crane a module into the water. And he goes, splash! Right, open your eyes again. In other words, even the normie cartoon mainstream will take the piss out of the idea that they'll send up a scale model, dump it at sea, and then bring back a different rocket ship and dump it in the ocean and say, there you go, there's the man getting out. You saw it go up, didn't you? You saw the firework and all the flames. And then it went to space, honestly. It went through the wardrobe into Narnia. You just didn't see that bit. It was too far away, obviously. How far? Well, a flat Earth distance of altitude and height. and surface level mile measurement. Okay, so once we've taken the ballistic trajectory out of the equation, so no one focuses on how flat we're measuring Earth to get this thing into the sky, to then disappear over the horizon in what even the children describe as an arc. It's coming back down again, says the little boy. No, it's gravitationally attracted to the spherical radial value in an orbital motion, says the father, trying to sniff his own farts. It's just gone too far away and looked like it was coming back down again. But now we've got beep, beep. Yes, everything's nominal. And a few pictures. There we go. Right, I'll stop playing shorts videos. Got 10 minutes left. Hopefully we'll talk amongst ourselves for a little bit.
Okay, I'll make a little announcement. Roger Ledwell, get your ass in here.
Okay.
I used to always point to the part where the Elon Musk boosters were coming back down and landing perfectly on a barge in the middle of the ocean. And when you were mentioning, close your eyes, it reminded me that they would always, every single time, just as the thing is about to land on the barge, black out. Oh, sorry, we can't see this here. And then, oh, it comes back up as the rocket is perfectly landed on the barge. And that was my, see, they're lying to you. They won't let you see. That was my argument. NASA lies, or Elon lies. And that's where the fairly new and advanced anti-globers go to for their arguments, rather than saying, "Oh, it's landing at sea level," you know.
Exactly.
And yeah,
where are the measurements? That's all you've got to kind of ask yourself when you're having these discussions. If you want to draw a swift conclusion to them, just say, "Okay, this is suggested to be a proof of something. What's being measured?" And in the case of the Musk or Bezos flights, their trajectory is coming from sea level. So when I was editing the video for the Jeff Bezos flight, which name I couldn't remember when I was saying it, but Blue Origin, I'm describing the subliminal message in the form of the feather. But then when I come to edit the actual slide to show that image, I'm like, I'm going to keep the altitude from sea level because it's not noted on the trajectory right at the bottom left. I'm like, yeah, don't look over here and think about it for more than a second, because you'll recognise how flat Earth's being measured perpendicular to sea level for the, in this case, rocket's return. All right, so it needed a trajectory for the projectile. That's a lot of R's rolled into that. The trajectory for the projectile requires Earth be measured flat. Want one more shorts video, or do you want to cover one more of the housekeeping questions that are feast of nonsense?
you did say we were going to get through about 20, so maybe one more.
Okay. Neil deGrasse Tyson, let's go on camera. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Earth is pear-shaped when all of the images we are presented with are perfect spheres. Right, he wants to tackle that.
That's just dumb.
These are feast of nonsense arguments, don't they? First and foremost, right, the question is based around the assumption that you, a so-called flat earther, wants to argue about an inconsistency with a piece of globe rhetoric. Now, I remember very distinctly going back to this piece of rhetoric and listening to it again, and then listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, if you compared the sphere Earth to a bowling ball, it would be perfectly smooth. Now, this is after he said, oh, well, the bottom's a bit more chubby. So in other words, he's completely, first and foremost, contradicting himself. Okay, so is it a bit more chubby, or is it a perfectly sphere-shaped bowling ball with no imperfections? When describing the topographical deviations in the form of hills and mountains at that scale, he's saying that the bowling ball would be perfectly smooth. Like, you wouldn't be able to detect anything beyond its perfect sphericity. And you're like, Okay, so how would we know that? Well, we'd know based on the scale of the known territory being shrunk down to that particular size and the measurements of the topographical deviations from horizontal. Yeah, that's right. We've surveyed the Earth flat to the millimetre accuracy, with topographical deviations being measured with respect to horizontal distances. It's called rise over run, if you want to look at what the actual measurement process is called. Now, the overall master reference for these topographical deviations at a wider scale is mean sea level. That's where the millimetre accuracy is respect to, how high or low it is with respect to that common reference. The master reference in the horizontal called mean sea level. That's how we've measured Earth to achieve a value that you can extrapolate into sphericity to then have Neil deGrasse Tyson make this comparison where he says, based on heliocentric rhetoric, below the equator is bigger. You're like, okay. But in the sphere world, mathematically derived from flat Earth measurements, if you were to imagine the ball with you being capable of holding it, it would be perfectly sphere based on the scale of the topographical deviations that we also measured flat. That's what he's actually saying. He's not saying that. It's just getting you to imagine that you hold Earth in your hands like a god. It's a very powerful magic trick that Neil deGrasse Tyson's actually performing. You just don't realise it. Now, if you're a flat earther, you'll go, he said the bottom was chubbier. Yeah. How did he derive radius to suggest Earth's a sphere? Oh, he measured Earth flat with elevation angles to the Sun and Polaris, did he? At the vernal equinox. Is that right? So we definitely need Earth to not be sphere-shaped to make this magic trick work. Shh. Don't mention how we make the ball. Start with the ball. Are you starting with the ball? Now run your hands over it. Feel real? Yeah, that's the trick that he's performing. But the measurements, if you can take it there immediately, are flat. They're elevation angles to Polaris to derive a system of ever-decreasing circles as you approach Polaris. When you reach its zenith, it's directly above you. As you back away from it and measure an angle to its position, you will create a 1 degree for every 60 nautical mile radius circle, increasing in area of equal elevation. That's a circle of equal altitude, getting 60 nautical miles bigger for every 1 degree that Polaris drops towards the horizon when you measure it flat with an angle. What's he talking about? Talking about latitude. That system that can be measured flat with ever-increasing circles as you back away from Polaris to an equatorial minimum used inside a sphere that looks like this. That's you inside a Cartesian area of equal elevation with azimuth described with north, south, and east and west directionality, horizontal in orientation. That's how Earth's measured. For you to extrapolate out a map and kind of paint it on this bit, you can paint this with a little map and draw lines that come down from the areas that you measured off a flat plane and suggest that that means that the Earth's spherical when you have to stand inside it for any of these mathematics to actually function in any practical way. You'll have to stand inside the sphere on an equatorial plane to make any of this make sense. But if you can ignore the fact that sphericity and heliocentrism requires you mathematically be inside the ball, it's best that you have a magician like Tyson talking about how it's a bit chubbier at the bottom if you're holding the outside of this reified globe Earth derived from flat Earth measurements. That was a pretty good covering of Neil deGrasse Tyson's chubby ball. Anybody else got anything to add in that regard?
If you've got a radius of a sphere, 3959, that sphere is 3959 radius all the way around it, right? So how can that be chubby?
Well, like the diagram on screen, the 3959 mile would be if you had measured Polaris and it was at your minimum. In this example, you've got a star that's almost at your zenith. It's, let's say, 1 degree off zenith. Well, if this is Polaris and it doesn't move, but this woman backs away, eventually she'll get to the point where, in her vision, this star is on the equator. And as it just disappears, that's the equatorial minimum. Now, it also matches one day of the year at vernal equinox with the midpoint of the seasonal transition of the sun. So the heliocentric model, in the most sincere extrapolation, if you choose to reify it, actually only works on one day. That's vernal equinox. That's why it's labelled in all these diagrams where you're inside a sphere Earth. Because that's how the acquisition of the system first comes to fruition. You have to measure Earth flat and then paste the ball onto the curve of the protractor. That's the convolution. That's the magic trick that creates a sphere. Measure Earth flat with angles, in this case to Polaris, and then make the curve of the protractor at an area of equal elevation, 3959 miles flat and linear that they are, in radial value, comport to a concertinaed area of equal elevation that you can describe on a spherical surface. That's the conversion. But what you've measured to achieve it is just a star reducing towards the horizon with a flat Earth measurement as you back away from it. That's all you're doing. Or in the case of the sun, measuring the midpoint for the average that gives us time. That's it. The time system being longitude, the area of equal elevation system in the northern hemisphere being the sphere of the protractor you're measuring, going beyond a point that's described as south opposite to north, doesn't suddenly mean that you're antipodal when you go beyond a point that a star gets to the minimum flat Earth angle. It just means it's beyond that. That's it. Some people think that you go past the equator and suddenly that transitions you into a spherical world. It's like, what are you on? No, it's just the point that you can't see Polaris anymore. Doesn't mean anything. It's carrying on a bit more south. What, away from the two-dimensional directionality that affords you south as a direction. There's north, there's south. So if I go a bit more south, I'm suddenly on the bottom of a bleeding bull because you've extrapolated out flat Earth measurements into this system that started with concertinaed, ever-increasing areas of equal elevation measured by way of a star's declination towards the horizon. That's all it is. Turning a protractor that you measure angles through into the surface. That's all the globe is. It's pathetic when you actually break it down. It's not that complicated.
What do I have to do with it? You mentioned my name twice.
I don't know. What were you talking about?
I don't know. I heard my last name mentioned, so I figured it had something to do with it.
I didn't say your surname. What are you talking about?
I heard Constantine something.
Concertina. Concertina means to zigzag down. Well, I'm describing, because it's the only word I can reasonably assimilate to the concept of having the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, like when it's directly above you, and then you back away, you walk away 60 nautical miles, and then you measure again, that angle decreases by 1 degree, which means you get a circle of equal elevation that's very small, that has that star at 1 degree at every point on that circle, that's only 120 miles in circumference. The entirety of the distance is double the radius, and the radius is 60 nautical miles because it's 1 mile for every degree that you back away from Polaris. So therefore, at any point on that circle, if you walked around it and kept Polaris at 1 degree, you'd have this tiny little circle. That's the top circle of latitude on the globe. And then as you back away again another 60 nautical miles, Polaris drops by another degree. That's to say, when you're measuring with respect to the horizontal plane of Earth's surface for an elevation angle to that star, it will drop 1 degree and increase the circle of equal elevation by 60 miles for every degree that you back away from it. You're just drawing ever-increasing circles. And when I say concertina, I just mean that you're layering them on top of each other in a convention that's slapped onto a globe, that when you describe it in any terms of measurement, you describe it like this on screen, where you're inside a protractor, measuring, in this case, azimuth and altitude. Well, the azimuth is north. You're talking about the North Star if you're describing Polaris. And the altitude is just the angle between the flat Earth, that you're measuring one of the lines, and Polaris. Well, once you've got that angle, you can draw a circle based on 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles to that star. That's where you get your nautical mile convention from, and apply it to latitude. That's how it works. It's not complicated. But it all works by measuring Earth flat repeatedly. Now, what you're doing in reality is increasing the circles of equal elevation on a flat plane, the equatorial plane. But if you want to believe you're on a sphere, you have to take those measurements from a flat plane and put them concertinaed, not Constantino, down till you reach the minimum elevation angle Polaris, which is the equator. That's it. That's how you create a ball to believe you're standing on. But if you ever put it into practical application, you'll always be inside the ball. That's the only way it can work, because it's converted a protractor to be the surface. Meanwhile, none of this is necessary. I mean, it's taken me, I'm not a smart man, 12 years to learn this in such a manner that I can disseminate it live to an audience with 50-odd people watching. 56. You know, it's not a huge audience. I've had 300-odd people at the height of Flat Earth and Feast of Nonsense being the topic of the day. Now we're talking about how Earth's just measured flat in all circumstances for everybody in the debate. Yeah, now I've got 50 people watching. Shock and awe. Meanwhile, to reach this point has meant we've had to dive through this feast of nonsense garbage so we can understand in a way that's capable of conceptualization through verbalization for you, the audience. But it isn't necessary. You just talk about how miles measured. 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. What's a mile? Well, it's a flat linear distance measurement. They don't need to know about how you measure Polaris. I mean, that is the system. It is measured flat. But you didn't need it. You just needed to know how a mile worked. And you'd have known Earth's measured flat with it. That's what it is, by convention. In this case, nautical miles instead of statute miles. It's still flat. Any more for any more? So we've got to 22 when we start again tomorrow.
When is the penny going to drop? That's my question. We've been going over this for over a year now.
2 years.
And still get the same message, 2 years, right? Still get the same messages from people that the penny's not dropping. So, I don't know.
Maybe you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I don't know. I'm not too concerned. What I really would like is to keep the mortgage paid and be able to make videos, and hopefully my book will afford me the ability to continue on YouTube by expanding my audience as I introduce that material to others on other platforms. Whether or not the book itself will be the thing that makes the penny drop, as you put it, Neil, I don't know. One can only hope. But with that, I will say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Jolly good. Right, I'm probably only going to do about 20 minutes of after show, so if you've got anything to talk about, make sure you do.
What's with this time limit on the after show?
I need to go and have a snooze. I didn't get to bed till about 3 in the morning. I was trimming out and editing shorts videos. It's one of those things, right? I like what I do, but I have ambitions that I set that are way in advance of the amount of time I actually have on offer. So I end up chewing through time till 3 in the morning and then doing a show going, oh my God, I'm absolutely exhausted. I've got to have a snooze before I take the girls to Brownies. Oh, it's not Brownies today, it's swimming. Oh, I can definitely go for a snooze without too much concern. I think it's swimming today, not Brownies. I think Brownies tomorrow. Swimming's my wife's responsibility. It used to be mine when they were really young. I used to go in the pool with them. Now it's my wife's responsibility. Now they've got older.
Funny question I had in my head earlier was, if we didn't have a flat baseline, what would you lose out on? So that's obviously the idea you couldn't have any hills or curves because you wouldn't have any way of knowing they existed.
Exactly.
Generally, if you've got a flat baseline, you're missing out on hi-hats and a bit of a rhythm section.
Yeah. There's no reference points at all. You wouldn't even have time, would you?
No.
No, you wouldn't. The convention of time is absolutely fundamentally requiring a flat plane to derive the convention from. Yes, you wouldn't have time if it wasn't for Earth being flat. based on the current convention.
So if we remove that from any arguments in the future, that gives them nobody else any point to argue about, does it?
Yeah, this is why we're hated. The more we realise how concise and consistent this annihilates the discussion. That is to say, draws a very swift conclusion to any discussion. What's that? You want to use distance? It's flat. What's that? You want to use time? It's flat. It's the end of the conversation, at the start of the conversation, because nothing's capable of being conjured into existence unless you whistle past flat earth measurements. So when you don't, the conversation ends right quick, doesn't it?
Well, potentially, but it usually moves on to a feast of nonsense argument. But what about this?
Well, why would they lie?
That's such a question. I just don't believe anybody would ask. Why would they lie? Because they're honest people and they wouldn't.
I don't think there is a lie. Most of the time, it's just people being wrong. 99% of the time. There's a very, very small handful of people that you can say, no, they are liars. But for the most part, they're not lying. They're just wrong. You know, they're utilising flat earth prerequisites in being wrong, and they don't realise it.
I still going back to, what was that teacher that used to come on? What was his name? And once you show somebody that the information that they pass on is incorrect, even if they can't comprehend it, then they must have somewhere in their head considered that they are lying or not telling a full factual truth if there is doubt about the information they're giving out.
I think people are pretty amazing in the fact that they can actually survive mentally whilst in cognitive dissonance. So, you know, there's no accounting for how much pain, because that's what I mean when I say share your pain, that people will experience, and they'll happily endure it. You know, the most recent being Wayne. Okay, so you want to suggest that north is congruent with verticality. No, it isn't. You're teaching people how it's fundamentally horizontal in measurement and practical application to Earth. But your incongruence with a religious belief you hold leads you to tell me how magnetic field lines means it's vertical, it's at the top generally. End quote, Wayne from the Map Reading Company YouTube channel. Like, no. At a base level, you are fundamentally defying an axiom in the horizontal and converting it to an impractical violation of that horizontal by saying it's at the top. No, it isn't. But he can exist in that cognitive state, can't he? To the point where he wants to assert it to me after copyright striking me, the bastard.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody saw the little clip I put on Master B last week, or was it this week, where they play a trick on the man with his phone. They basically take a picture of his phone on the table before he leaves. He goes off to the loo. And when he leaves with his phone later, they text him to say, you've left your phone, and he comes back. And the ensuing argument was just had me in stitches, but it was just so typical.
Yeah, I seen that. That was funny.
He stood there doubting, where's my phone? Give me my phone. And they're going, well, think about it. And he can't comprehend what he's doing.
Yeah, how'd you get the message? I got it on my phone. Where is my phone? That was funny.
Yeah, but that's the mentality you get. It's what I call the rinse and repeat. Just whatever it is, just repeat, and it's good. Yeah.
I mean, I've walked around on a job site looking for a tool that I had in my hand. I've had those experiences. Where the freak is my knife? And then after like 5 minutes, you're, oh shit, I'm holding it.
Yeah, I've done that. I'm always wandering around the workshop, and I'll be picking up phones and running here, there, everywhere, and then I'll get back and I think, oh, where's that damn screwdriver that I was working with? So I have to usually by the till by the time I find it.
getting back to whether something is a lie, it's Nathan, you're right. They're just wrong. And the problem is that the stuff they're wrong about works because it's always worked in their mind. We measure, we think of the sun as, every 24 hours. And with your head, you've got the ball, and the ball moves slowly. And every 24 hours, it rotates one time. That's how they think we get time. And that's actually probably how basically the ball got reified, right? 24,000 miles is because the sun goes around the ball once every 24 hours. And you don't even think about how actual hours were conceived. So they're not wrong, and they haven't been lied to. Whatever they've been presented with has worked. That's the main argument for most Globers is, well, how does it works on a ball. We get these angles, and we can only circumnavigate on a ball because the Earth's a ball. And obviously we worked it out, and obviously we measured it from a ball. No one's being lied to. They're just accepting what is false as if it's true. And it does seem to work because it's the way that they've been presented with the information. Earth's ball rotates once every 24 hours. That means the circumference of the ball is 24,000 miles. Goes 1,000 miles an hour because of that. Yes, miles is flat.
Mic check.
I hear you.
I don't know if
Mike's in today, is he?
Mike here? Is Mike here?
Thank you.
I listened to some of that video, Neil, you sent over. Is it Paul, whatever it's called? About 150 mark, talking about bloody, because they started waffle nonsense, didn't they? About bloody gas pressure being Velcro to the globe and...
That video I just sent?
I think you said it's the one with Paul, LVR Paul, whatever he's called. That's what I mean.
Oh, I don't know. I sent the one where Mikey had sent it. And he said it might be worth going over. They mentioned Nathan. Which one are you talking about? Oh, I know what you're talking about with LVA Paul and Roger Ledwell. Yeah, that's why I'm telling him, get his ass in here. Tell him Nathan to his face how you feel, prick.
But even as well as that, then they go on, talking about the exact point I was making about the show on the Misfit Toys 2.3, and then they just carry on themselves talking about the hurricanes and how it how it can't work on a globe. It's giving the globe, just gives the globe, but it can't work on a globe for some reason.
That's why they like it. That's why they're lining up on that side, because this is what they want. What we're doing here is we are demonstrating, not us personally, but we're bringing it out, how they have demonstrated that Earth is measured flat. Right? We're bringing that to everybody's attention. Look, flight. Look, sailing. Look, mapping. Everything flat, 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 flat. And there want the arguments about how a ball can't work.
Yep. Yeah, I was laughing at that. Yeah, there was being, name calling to Nathan, but like I said, then they went into the conversation about all that, like I've just said, and just listening to him thinking, what are you talking about? It's just like nonsense.
Roger Led was a freaking idiot. That moron wanted to go to freaking what they said where they had the final experiment, Antarctica. Like no matter what was said, how we were talking about it here, that if anything, they're measuring Earth's flat, right?
Yeah.
He still wanted to go there. Well, I want to see for myself because if there is a 24-hour sun, oh, you freaking moron, stay over there, please. Everybody,
God.
get your bags, get all your stuff, and get the hell out.
If there is a 24-hour sun, they better change all the maps, alter all the sextants, the other lights,
Yep.
compasses. They better get them all back to the workshop and get them altered.
All because that 24-hour sun, boy.
Oh, God.
Exactly. All the aviation instruments, all the celestial navigation instruments, all the surveying instruments, all that was used for chartering, all the instruments and tools that were being used and measured for a building. Now, all of those instruments that measure and utilize our flat Earth, you better do something about them right now.
It's a 24-hour sun.
Hang on. How long was that? 24 hours. You can't have that without the flat base.
Hey, he's stealing one deck's rhetoric now. He stole that from me.
You better get a hold of that Mario Soprano guy.
And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. And he's boasting now. Oh, I can't be removed because I'm a mod over there. Oh, really? You think you're untouchable, Roger? Give me the benefit of the doubt. Come in here. Come into the voice chat and state your claim.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking again, but just another thing to overcome. Going off on how we're selling drama and that Nathan's gaslighting us as the panel. I just want to rip out my eyeballs and barf. Yeah, I got you on your laugh too. It's comical as well.
He's an idiot. Paul's a freaking outright idiot. He thinks he's an intellectual. And
made me laugh.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, made me laugh when they was talking about the Coriolis or how the atmosphere moving with the globe, and they was talking about, something about how it works in the south and the north.
What was that? Atmosphere? What's that? Ball of air?
Atmosphere, south and north. What, south you say? North you say?
Hang on, how old are you? You can't be.
Age you say?
Oh shit, we don't exist after all.
Yeah, and Nathan was kind to him. Nathan gave him microphones, no problem. Here you go. Gave him enough rope, and here's what bothers me. You're gonna just pop in the chat. Hey guys, what's up? Get the freak out of here. Holy shit. People don't take things serious. They think it's a freaking joke until it's done to them. Now I want to see how he'll feel if something like that was done to him. And then people just go over like, no problem. I'm going to hang out with those guys that ripped you off, Roger. Then come back and hang out with you and tell you all about what's going on over there.
Yeah, that was lunacy. So calling out backstabbers is selling drama? Oh, God.
But screaming release the tapes is not, right? Screaming that Nathan never wrote anything. Adam wrote the whole thing. It just shows you how stupid people are. They're just dumb. And I'm glad because I don't want the dummies around here. Release the dummies.
Oh, that was another one. Chewy going off about unoriginality towards one deck. First off, yeah, it's a mocking. Oh, how can I say it? It's a mocking format of how unoriginal you are and how foolish you are to keep pretending you're in this fairy tale paradigm of anti-glob rhetoric as though you're going to destroy something that doesn't exist.
Oh, he was taking shots at one deck? I really did not hear. I heard a few minutes of it from the clips I got.
Yeah.
He was bouncy, wasn't it? Yeah. I've not heard anything, but he was bouncy. That's got him triggered, hasn't it? He mustn't have liked his song.
Wait, he was talking about this song or the freaking treatment we did?
Yeah, he was talking about the Land of Misfit Toys 2.3. It's a text, it's a post he gave. I have to go back from what I saw. FED text on Jenna's.
He's easy, man. He is easy fishing.
Yeah, so he was drawing the red arrows towards the title and stuff. It's like, yeah, no kidding. It's exposing you. Duh. So yeah, I mean,
I think we should have a little more compassion. Look at the way Bucktooth Billy, man. I'm surprised he even got married. I mean, who the freak would marry that?
That's it. Maybe.
Bucktooth Betty.
Oh, it made me laugh though because I obviously I did it at the time and you mentioned it, but I had to listen to the 2.3 the treatment, and I actually laughed at myself when I laughed.
Did that laugh? Yeah.
I started chuckling to myself. Like, I made myself laugh.
Yeah, because
Funny.
he just came out of nowhere with it, and I wasn't expecting it. Betty, that's it. But I will step back. I can admit when I'm wrong. She doesn't sing horrible. She's okay. Like the last time I heard it was through Discord, but I kind of heard what Nathan played yesterday, and if I gotta rate her from 1 to 10, she's a 6.
But then you make out this facade as though like we were feeding off them and their superstardom. That's the part of it as well. It's like, give me a break. Yeah, no one's going to deny. Okay, you have a so-so voice. Okay, I mean, Lord bless it, and it's not necessarily going to kill over a herd of buffalo. But I mean, what does that have to do with the earth being flat and you being the lords over it?
God, they're lords over the argument. Just go to the book. Go right to page chapter 4. You want the answers for that? I told you how to argue this. When I came on the scene, I gave it to you.
Yeah.
Well, we're on the scene now. We're telling you. It's all redundant, buddy. Waste of time.
It was funny because we was having a chat that time and about the let's do a treatment and what Nathan's put out, and you said, like Nathan said, well, we did do the treatment, but then when you said that, I thought, well, we didn't really, but now I've listened to it back, we did.
Yeah,
it was quite funny and it was really good, I thought.
I think that when I'm the main focus of the show too. Well, that's a really good use.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, like the three of us, it was like me, Neil, and Cece, wasn't it, mainly? And it was a treatment. But when we was there at the time, in the moment, I thought, nah, that wasn't a treatment. We were just having a bit of, name calling and pointing things out.
We were setting up the treatment as maybe for Nathan to do it, but we did it.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah, I get what Dee Dee just posted. Yeah, Betty is the victim. He freaking used her.
Yeah, I've been
I
saying
don't give
that
a
for...
shit. She allowed herself to be
I
used.
understand that part. She went along, that part that, what's the word? You get love bombed and you're still responsible. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
Hold on a second.
Neil.
Hold on. She knows damn well. She's been around for years. Go listen to debut show of Quantum Eraser's channel.
Doesn't matter.
Listen to things she says.
That's what gaslighting means, to alter someone's perception on reality. When you say these things, people think you mean it in a metaphorical sense. And no, you mean it in a very literal way. To gaslight somebody is to change their reality. The terms come from a film called Gaslight, in which the wife is presumed going mad because the husband is telling her that she's effectively left the lights on. She goes down, she turns them off, he says bye-bye to her, kisses her goodbye and gets in the car and goes to work, and then sneaks back in through the basement window, turns all the lamps back on, and then when he gets home, he says, "Why did you put all the lamps on?" She says, "I didn't, they're off." And then he goes and shows her that they're all on. And in her mind, she's going mad. Her reality's being altered. That's where the term comes from.
But whose fault is that?
Well, it's the narcissist changing the reality. But when you say the victim knows that that's wrong, well, no, they've had their perception of reality changed. That's the point. So while I've been saying these people are victims of gaslighting, these people are victims of narcissists, they're being exploited as bright beacon empaths. They're being told we should see it from their perspective. Oh, you beautiful empath, you. You're ripe to be taken advantage of by a narcissist. That's just the kind of person whose worldview can be altered. So, yeah. When you think, no, that person can't possibly believe that, I've got a record of them saying differently, doesn't matter.
I mean, I'd have blamed the Lite situation on an electrical fault, obviously, or a neutral wire.
Yeah, well, I gotcha. Fair enough.
But their answer, if you go back to the beginning with the book fiasco, his first video after the silence, right? He was taking shit from his website and saying, "How am I stealing my own material?" Well, somebody should have said right then and there, where was that formulated? Was it not on Flat Earth Debate? Because I don't recall going over any housekeeping in Ballbusters. I'm sorry, I just don't. That's the proper answer that should have been given to him when he was throwing his shit out there like it's his own material. And how could he steal from himself?
I mean, how gutted would you be now, though, if say none of what happened, and the book, the measured Welcome to Flat Earth book had been published, and Nathan was a part of it, and then we wasn't as far on in this. We've said this before, but now we are. You'd think, I don't want that book. That isn't, I don't want to be associated with it.
Yeah, but we don't know that. See, one deck. We don't know that because it was never given back to the author after editing so the author could go through it. Now, I do not think Nathan would have released that book the way it was. Look at the way he was changing everything now. Right? As we sat there, he was changing things constantly. So you can't say what that final edit would have been.
No, I understand what you mean. That's why I sort of put in there when I said, if Nathan wasn't as far on as he is now, it was just sort of the book had been released, and then this came shortly afterwards. You'd be like, God, what's done?
everything I've just put in that book, I'm now saying totally different. So, like Nathan said before, godsend, really. Providence, I think the word is.
Right. And I heard Brian saying the same shit again. Well, he was saying it's so good. How come all of a sudden now it's garbage? Because you took the main character out of it, you dumb bastard. What's wrong with you? It is shit now. They took something that would have been nice and they freaking tarnished it.
You just dumped a big dunghill on a beautiful smelling rose.
Yes.
Right. I'm going to throw something out there. If you say, all right, Flat Earth Debate, who's the first person you think of when you hear the show Flat Earth Debate? This is easy.
I
Nathan,
am
right?
that beautiful rose.
That's the first person you think of. Even, look, who do you think of when you hear the show Ballbusters? You think of QE, right? Who's the first person you think of when you hear of Globebusters? You would think Bob Nodell. I mean,
Well, that's
this is
interesting
silly.
because the originators of those two shows, so Globebusters, the originator was Jaron. Ballbusters, I was the originator. But you're thinking of the person that the show's been passed to. So in the same way, Jaron passed Globebusters to Bob Nodell, I passed Globebusters to John.
Ballbusters.
Whatever. But like I say, I came up with that show.
I understand, but if somebody's just listening and who do you think the main character is of Ballbusters? It's QE. I mean, if you take him out of it, even though you gave him the show, you gave him the show. So it's QE. So them taking you out of Flat Earth Debate, I mean, come on. What the hell is wrong with you people? Nobody was writing a book. Nobody said they were writing a book. No, it's like Globers when we came out with freaking celestial navigation. Then everybody was an expert in celestial navigation and a sextant. Now you want to come out with a book, yet ask them to review the book and give a little feedback, which they did, and decided to say, well, you can make it so much better. We'll help you. I mean, come on. Now all of a sudden they're authors. Give me a freaking break.
Yeah, that's what thieves do. Con men. But, yeah, who cares? It's a shame it is in the book in a way, because I can't just tell you to shut up about it.
No, we will eventually when your book comes out.
Like you said, we've highlighted a little bit. We know what narcissist needs to be done. Had a couple of songs. We've had a treatment. You know, we're not going to drone. I don't think we should drone on and on and on about it now. We agreed that, didn't we, Neil? Everybody.
See how long this lasts. I'm going to count. All right. I'm going to count. And when it's being talked about, I'm going to say, I didn't bring it up.
Because we've got nothing better to talk about. You know, we're covering the old feast and nonsense questions, which is something new, which is good. But, you know, what do you talk about? Well, that's the current gossip. So be it. You know, we're edging ever closer to my book release, and people who've tried to steal the valor from the show that's been in existence for quite some time had characters like the ones that were stolen from me introduced into that series. And while the book's in pre-production, people are going to want to talk about things that are associated with it. In this case, specifically a betrayal. So, you know, it's what, you know, the natural ebb and flow of the show will dictate what gets talked about. So in many ways, I don't want to shut down that discussion, because there's regulars who watch the show that will want us to talk about it. Now, I would agree with both you and one that we are droning on about it a bit much now. Be like, well, it's a tit for tat scenario where I can totally understand when you've tried to steal something, you just want it to go under the radar and have no one mention it. Whereas when someone shouts from the rooftops, thief, you've got to go, no, he's talking about that guy over there. In fact, she stole from me.
Listen, when a woman gets a pocketbook robbed, somebody grabs it and runs, you got to yell thief. Stop the thief. And maybe you get people to wake up and somebody will tackle a guy and give the lady her bag back. You know, that's just what people that have morals, that's what they do. And I don't know if you remember, but I kind of like put a tick right by his name when a certain thing happened to somebody that used to be on this panel, right? The guy freaking recorded a phone call. He was having a private phone call with him, and he freaking recorded it. So I put a check next to his mark from that moment on that he can't be trusted.
I don't really know what you're talking about, but generally I regret
Adam
asking.
freaking recorded Arwen's phone call. Don't you remember? He called us all in to play the freaking tapes of Arwen and him on a recording. Oh, man, my antenna went up there. So I got to watch what I say around this guy.
Okay, I record everything.
Yeah, but that's your job. We know when we're sitting in your room, we're being recorded. When somebody calls you privately, you're not expecting them to be recording you.
Never trust anybody. You never know who's listening.
The spies are listening. Click, okay. Watch out.
Many years ago, I worked in a place called BT. And in this building, every phone call in the Warwickshire passed through, and I could plug in and listen to any call I wanted to.
Wow. Yeah. That's why in that movie Goodfellas, he never freaking wanted to use a phone. Not a house phone. He would send them out to make calls from the payphone, and they would talk in code.
I think it's in Casino. He's the Joe Pesci character's saying, "Cover your mouth, cover your mouth." And he's like,
Yeah.
He's like, why? Is it because they brought in lip reading experts?
They do that in the Premier League as well, don't they? They have to be careful what they say.
Baseball too.
Oh, right. So you're on the pitch and some big burly black defender knocks you down when you're a stumpy little forward and you start saying the N-word and someone lip reads you and goes, "See, told you he was racist, scum."
I didn't say nigger, I said bigger.
Ah, he's a bigger nigga.
Oh, I didn't say that word. Am I going to get banned now?
No. I have this attitude towards the N-word, and I will say the N-word socially. I've been forced to. That it's about the intonation behind the word and the context it's used in. If you're saying it because you have a hatred of black people, you are a racist. If you use it in the context, you can squeeze humour out of it. So Theo Von, right, will say, I don't use racist slurs, but I do have some flare-ups in traffic. Now, that's a comedic contradiction in terms. That's to say, he's using the N-word in a racist slur against a stereotype driver that's black. He's saying, I am racist, but I won't use the N-word. I do have some flare-ups in traffic. Right? Now, that's why it's funny. He's contradicting himself. He knows what he's doing. He acts dumb because that's what gets the laugh. Right? But then, in a different context, he pushes the line in terms of how he can say the word. He's on a much bigger platform. Generally speaking, mainstream shows will not allow a white man to say the N-word. That's just the rules. Yeah? Therefore, he's saying, oh, have you ever seen those guys with the skin condition, like albinos that are black? Albiggers. And you're like, Albiggers? And he's like, yeah, is that close enough to the line? Do you think I'll get away with saying Albiggers? You're like, my God, that is about as close to the line as you can get. And as a comedian, you can push those lines, right? Providing you're not actually a racist. You're not just pushing the lines to see what you can get away with as a racist. Which Theo Von, me, you in this instance, Craig, I have no hatred for anybody, generally speaking. Even people who've wronged me, Most of the time I forget about them pretty quickly too. It's only when they come back to the surface to either hoover up people around you or you, if you're not, conscious of what a certain psycho will do to get your attention after they've discarded you or abused you or stolen from you, whatever it is they've done, right? Generally speaking, I don't even have hatred for those people. Short term I might, but long term I don't. And that's individuals who've wronged me. So as for a stereotype of an entire race based on their skin colour, I've got no hatred towards a race or a group of people, but I understand that societally people do, and that can be made fun of, which is amusing. The fact that people hold stereotypes, racist stereotypes quite often, if you can identify them and then draw humour from them, you'd hope people would laugh about the societal racial stereotypes that people will often draw. Does that mean that you have got a hatred? No. Does it mean I've got a hatred? No. I've got a black friend, so I can't be racist.
What do you think about them Globy wogs?
Have we got a hatred towards Globies now? Is that going to become a protected group that they must protect? Because it's a religion.
Yeah, they're gliggers.
Say again?
Yeah, we call them gliggers.
See, that is tying it to a racial stereotype. It is amusing. I can only hope it doesn't mean you've got a hatred towards black people who believe in the globe, Neil. Sometimes it is a thin veneer over a bit of racism. So certain things that Pearl girl says, I listen to some of the things that she says, and I do glean a certain amount of racism from what she's saying. You know what I mean? I can detect it. And then when she says, because she says ninjas in the same sort of, I'm going to skirt the lines of what word I want to use and just substitute in another one. Again, it doesn't matter if you're not saying nigger and replacing it with ninja. If the intonation behind the use of the word is one that's got a little bit of hatred behind it, as far as I'm concerned, that's considerably worse. If you say ninja and mean it with a hatred, with an intonation of hatred behind the word, or a gross stereotype. In her instance, she's been wronged by a certain black individual that worked for her. That's one man. That doesn't mean you get to stereotype an entire community based on the actions of one man. It'd be as stupid as me saying, well, I've been wronged, and they were white, so, white supremacy, scum. What? You having a laugh? That's what that one man did. That's not an entire race of people. But there we go. That's just my opinion on the matter. I tend to take people as people. Everybody's different. There are scum in every single barrel. There are rotten apples in every barrel, I should say, mixing all my metaphors. And that doesn't mean that there's bad people. It would have been, when I was growing up, really easy to be racist towards Muslims because I was in the racial minority and I stood shoulder to shoulder with the Chinese and the blacks and the Sikhs. Now, the Sikhs had it the roughest because they became the most racist, in my opinion, because they were a different race to the Muslims and did not want to be associated with them, but often were. And the Muslims, who were in the majority, were therefore more likely to have the bad apples rise to the top and get noticed because they're in a majority. Therefore, there's more potential to have more bad apples. So obviously that feeds into the racial stereotype and leaves in this particular instance, Sikhs getting more and more frustrated because they're being associated with an aspect, sometimes criminality, that they just weren't guilty of. And it's like, well, yeah, but you probably would be if you were in the same majority. There'd be just as many bad apples, but you'd be you rather than them. Now, at the time, it was, like I say, me standing shoulder to shoulder with the blacks and the Chinese mostly, in the minority. And were we racist towards the Muslims? Well, no, because you were living amongst them. You had to respect the fact that you were in the minority. When you hear I don't know, let's think of an example that was reaching. When they're calling to worship from the mosques, right? They'd call to worship. Would you suddenly start hurling racial slanders at the person who's crying out to the other Muslims to come to worship? No, because you'd probably get your head kicked in for a start. But you're interweaving with their community if they just happen to be in the majority, and I'm sure that's the same up and down the country. Now, for Americans, instead of Muslims, it's the black community. Like, okay, but the same principle applies. There's going to be a certain number of bad eggs in a predominantly black community that's probably equal to or identical to any other community of any other skin colour if they were in the majority. There's plenty of bad white apples in a predominantly white community. If it's 100% white, all of the bad apples are white. You know what I mean? But what does it mean? It doesn't want nothing. It just means whoever's in the majority will probably get blamed and have a racial stereotype attached to them. There we go. That's my take.
That's because racism isn't really what they say it is. I mean, I'm a culturist. I don't like people of certain cultures. I don't care what skin colour they are, but sometimes the way people behave and act and say that's part of their race is not good.
Yeah, sometimes
I'm
people
racist to ignorant people.
People would justify scummy behaviour based on their religion, creed, ethnicity, culture. You're like, no, scummy behaviour is scummy behaviour. You being able to justify it with a book in your hand doesn't mean anything to me. I completely agree with you.
Even the word nigger isn't relating to every black person that exists, is it?
Not based on the comedy
element.
that I've seen. Other black people describing what they would use the word to mean and then explaining it in their cultural upbringing, how they use it and term it. Derogatory towards a black person, admittedly. And that can be broken down, not by me, by a black person who's making comedy about that aspect of it. So it does have a certain meaning, and it is very derogatory.
Let's ask the white guy that's here, Eli.
Eli's black, I think.
No, he's not. He's white. Look at that shit. That is not black. Eli is white. I'm looking at the icon right now.
That is quite amusing when you see black people arguing amongst themselves about whether or not they're black enough.
That's right.
How black are you?
You know what's weird? In my wife's family, it's crazy because they look down upon the darker Indians.
Really?
They're always comparing who's lighter. Yeah, very strange.
So my other point, that I had in my head, when we use alternative swear words, like when somebody says, shut the front door, is that as bad as saying shut the fuck up, or does that not really count by saying the word
fuck
front door
crying
instead?
out loud?
Yeah, so the emphasis in your head is still the same words coming out. You just verbalize it in a different way.
Yeah, like Pearl with Ninja.
No, but if he was having a bit of an argument, it was getting a bit heated, I don't think you'd say shut the front door. You know what I mean? I think that would be used in more of a relaxed, sort of comical way.
Yeah, but you're still meaning the same thing, aren't you?
Yeah, but only jokingly.
Yeah, I only heard it in joking matter, mostly from Christians.
Sorry, there's never a truer word spoken in jest. So it's still meaning shut the fuck up.
I told my partner to shut the front door every night before we go to bed.
What about
on her way out to work, you mean?
Well,
Is
yeah.
that after you crack her with the right hand?
I'm finding the left uppercut is much more useful.
Yeah, because it shuts their mouth, right? Hit him with an uppercut right under the chin. That'll
Can I just
stop you
interrupt
from
you?
yakking.
This is not a 70s sitcom. Hello?
What do you mean? It's not all in the family.
No, it's love thy neighbour.
So that is nothing today. I got to wait till freaking Sunday and then decide which of the freaking 20 games I'm going to watch that are all on at the same time.
What game was last night, bro?
Oh, it's all over now, isn't it? At the top.
Yeah, Arsenal won because freaking Man City could not freaking win yesterday. They got a, but that's not good enough. They needed to win.
Up the Arsenal. But I got to be careful what I say because there's people listening. But it's not Arsenal anymore. It's Arsenal. It's spelled VAR Arsenal because apparently they haven't given a penalty against Arsenal or a red card against Arsenal all season.
Really?
Yeah, it's something to do with Arsenal.
What does that mean, Arsenal?
Well, they're part of the VAR system, VAR Arsenal.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
They work in conjunction. VAR, the video assistant ref, and then Arsenal begins in AR. So they put it together. Somebody did.
Oh.
Well, if it's on video, it's fair enough, isn't it? They've got the magic lasers to call off sides, right?
Yeah, magic's the good word. Yeah, they have to use those straight lines to figure out if somebody's offside. Although the camera's not in line, then you have to put an imaginary one there.
Yeah, it looks great every time they do it.
But then
like a tangent line.
Yeah, tangent line.
No, it's a straight
So
line.
they're flat.
It runs parallel with the play based on the player passing and having two players between him and the goal. But the line that Craig's suggesting they draw is from a visual acuity that's from a lens that is distorting the view, as opposed to the call of a human being, aka a linesman, who's running up and down along with the play to call it. Now, yeah, his angle of view might be slightly off at the moment the ball's played, but then you have to trust his judgment. But I would suggest, I mean, it might be a controversial opinion, that the camera can do as good, if not a better job, as the linesman, even with a forced perspective or the field of view being off or being slightly behind the play or whatever it is that you're suggesting means that when they draw the line, it's not accurate. I mean, I would beg to differ. I would disagree. But apparently VAR, or whatever it is, visual ref, is off. I don't know anything about this. The information is based purely on what I've just been told. I didn't know such a thing existed until 15 seconds ago.
They're doing the same thing with balls and strikes in baseball now, right?
It's quite funny to watch the VAR because they can move it from frame to frame. So you can sometimes they'll show you frame, and you're not quite sure the moment when the ball was kicked sometimes, but you have to assume that that's when the ball was kicked, and they go, well, there we go, he's offside there. But this isn't, we can't be 100%. They're like showing millimeters from an angle that's not in line with the play. Yes, that is correct. But it just makes you laugh because you'd think videos could tell you everything, but they don't.
Yeah, but offsides, I'm starting to understand what it is, right? Offsides call is supposed to be, you are offsides. So when you're off by a hair, I don't think that's what the rule's there for.
Yeah,
Same thing in hockey.
It's a rule. So, yeah, absolutely. If you're off by a hair, it's offside. It's to stop goal hanging.
They're actually changing that next season.
They better.
Give the attacking player the benefit of the doubt by like a few centimeters, my understanding is, next year.
Of course.
Its main purpose was to stop goal hanging. That's it.
Yes, exactly, Nathan. Same thing in hockey.
Exactly.
So if you're not goal hanging and you're running with a play and you're off by your hair, that's not goal hanging.
No, I agree from that point of view. You should have some leeway to say, no, the person's not sticking around and hanging by one of the frickin' posts waiting. He's just in line with play, and then just before the ball leaves the guy's foot, he's already running. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I agree. It'd make the game much better if you gave that benefit of the doubt over.
I'm a new viewer of this Premier League, soccer in general. And I've seen some excellent goals be taken away for a fraction. And even the guy said it. He said, one of the greatest strikes you have just witnessed is not a goal.
Yeah, but I used to see it from the stands, and occasionally you'd be perfectly lined up, and you'd see the flag go up before, as the play was made, the flag would be up, and you'd happen to be in line with the rule because the linesman happened to call it right in front of you from the stand, and you'd see the flag go up, and everybody in that stand watching it for your own team knew, because they could all see it, that it was offside. And then you'd see the striker come in and start yelling at the linesman. And then the ref would come over and tell him to fuck off. And then they'd disperse. It was all very amusing. But 9 times out of 10, the linesmen are really well trained. Like, I would imagine they still have linesmen, right? The linesman's making the first call, and then they're like, I don't believe you, let's go to the video.
I hate that.
What bothers me at the most at the minute is that the linesman thinks it's offside, but he's not 100% sure. He's been told to keep the flag down, let play continue, and then VAR will address it if it ends up in the goal. But I'm watching players like get injured, and then the referee's like, oh, it's offside anyway. And I'm like, so if the linesman had just put his flag up, we wouldn't have an injured player right now. But okay.
Listen, I hate all instant replay. I think they should freaking do away with it in all sports. It ruined American football. It's ruining baseball. Just get back to what it was. Let the guys make the call.
It's a game. You've got to trust that the people governing the game or managing the game, in the case of the linesman and the ref, are impartial and are going to do a pretty good job. And I remember back in the days that I was actually going to football matches, there were good refs and there were horrendous refs that would get it wrong, but that was part of the fun.
Yeah, but once they came in with the replay system, it was no going back, and it got worse and worse. And you hear announcers complaining about it all the time. This is not what instant replay was supposed to be about. You're supposed to go in there, see it, and if it's not obvious, that's it. Sometimes you're waiting 15 minutes for them to go through a video to see if it was what they say it was. Let's say a touchdown, right? And they're going frame by frame by frame. Come on, that's not the way. So do away with it all and just get back to the human element. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's fine if you're doing something like racing. So in drag racing, there's a photo finish, and if it's a really tight call, you might spend 20 minutes going through frame by frame to see who's actually across the line first. But in a game that's played over a very long duration, like 90 minutes plus, you can't stop play for 10 minutes to look at. You've got to make the decision in 20 seconds and then get the hell on with it.
That's a good point. That's the only time a replay should be used is in a race, because you got to see. Because that does matter. If somebody touched it a fraction before the other person, then they win. So in something like that, yeah, photo finish in horse racing all the time. That's the only place where I think it's legit.
Did you know they had a vote in the championship about 2 weeks ago, and it was unanimously voted no to VAR in the championship?
I did not know that. I didn't care either.
Well, you got to get back into soccer, Nathan. What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm not that interested. I mean, you say Arsenal have won what? The league, the Champions League, the European Cup, the Coca-Cola Cup. What is it?
Yeah, we're Premier League champions, mate.
They've won the Premiership.
Indeed. Man City drew last night. Now they can't catch Arsenal at the top with the games left.
Okay, so what happens after that?
Then they've got to chase the double or the treble. So then they want to become the overall champions of the full League Cup, which is where every league plays.
Oh.
Yeah. We're in the final of the Champions League. That's in 9 days' time. And we could have the Premier League and the Champions League, which would be the first time we ever won the Champions League. Obviously won the Premier League before. Actually, this year, Man City have already won the FA Cup and the Community Shield, so they do what they call the domestic double, but they're not the cups that anybody's interested in.
Okay, so Arsenal wins it, right? So now there's going to be other leagues competing with the Premier League. Am I getting it right?
No, the Champions League is where everybody who's playing professionally play against each other all at once, and then they work their way through, and you end up with the majority of them being Premiership League teams. But occasionally, you might end up with someone who's, I don't know, First Division or Second Division, formerly Third and Fourth Division teams, like the much lower around the ranks teams, that just happen to do well because it's not the primary focus of most football teams. It's not the most prestigious. Yeah, it's the opportunity for the underdogs to beat the big Premiership teams. Well, that does occasionally happen. That is to say, in that particular event, you'll end up with a Second Division team winning against someone like Arsenal because they happen to have had a bad day on the final.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the FA Cup, Nathan, where it's like Premier League all the way down to the Conference League in England. The Champions League is the top 4 teams of the Premier League, the top 4 teams of the Bundesliga, the German league, top 4 teams of Liga in France, and top 4 teams of La Liga in Spain, and then they all play each other. So the final next week is Arsenal against Paris Saint-Germain, the best football team in France.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
So
there's other leagues.
Yeah, so
I got you.
There's 3 major ones. The one that's the individual league that's just been won by Arsenal. There's the European League Cup, which is just called the Champions League, from what I've just understood, if I'm correct. And then there's the FA Cup, Football Association Cup, which is the treble. So you've got 3 things that each team would want to win all of, because that's the ultimate game to win for all 3 of those particular competitions.
Yeah, it's only Man United have ever done that.
What? Only Manchester United have ever won the treble?
Oh, sorry, and Man City have done it. Sorry, only but Manchester United and City have done that.
So here's the question.
There's Manchester for you.
So here's the question. When football season starts in September, are there any soccer games going on that are relevant?
Yeah, all of them, because they're all accumulating points.
Oh, shit. Now we're going to see, because I've been watching this, and I'm glad to hear that there's more games coming up. But will it take over American football on that September day? Am I going to be finding myself switching to freaking soccer to see what's going on?
Well, the pace is faster. There's more. You'll get more of an adrenaline hit off a soccer match, as you call it, than an American football match, which the pace is just slower. You get obviously certain little rallies in American football that have got pace to them, but overall, a game of football is very, in not all ways, there's very boring games, but it's generally fast paced.
You know how much action is in American football? They figured it out. In the 3 hours that I'm watching, there was only 11 minutes of playtime.
Right. Well, in a soccer match, or a football match, as we call it correctly, you can get games where at the end of the 90 minutes, everybody on the pitch is absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, I seen it yesterday. Man City guys were laying on the freaking on the field. They just were laying down.
That's another thing that's VAR killing, is like sometimes a couple extra minutes for stoppages here and there, fine. But now VAR are taking 10 minutes to make a decision. They drop that on at the end of the 90. So then you've got 105 minutes worth of football because we've been waiting for answers throughout the thing.
So why don't they just stop the clock? When play stops, stop the damn clock.
But they used to. That always used to be the case, right? Somebody goes over in a bad tackle. It does take 15 seconds for the referee to run from the goal line to the incident, figure out what's happened, have a word with the linesman. That takes another 10 or 15 seconds. And by the time all's said and done and someone's been issued with a card or someone's been splashed with a bit of water, a minute's gone by. Well, the ref just makes a note of that extra minute, and then you get an extra minute at the end of the game. That's how it used to work. Whereas by the sounds of things, now it's the exact same process, but now they toddle off to some sideline where there's a camera, where there's a monitor, and they then spend another 5 minutes looking at the stupid monitor. Well, that sounds annoying.
Yes,
If they should just stop the clock. Why don't they just stop the freaking clock? As soon as play stops, stop the freaking clock.
You got to understand, Neil, in football, it is fast paced, and you build momentum. So for the game to stop for like 5 minutes like that, the team on the back foot has now all took a breather and they're all feeling good again. And you think to yourself, all of our advantage is just gone there in waiting 5 minutes to start again.
Yeah, but they're not playing when they're freaking doing that anyway.
Yeah, but momentum, bro. If you're attacking and then the referee stops the game for 10 minutes, the attacking onus it seems to just die off with the waiting.
No. What I'm saying is, say somebody gets in, they're flipping the yellow card up, right? Nobody's playing while that's going on, right? Everybody stopped. So just freaking stop the clock. When the guy's laying on the floor, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you could. That's what they do in hockey and that, innit? They stop the clock.
Yeah, when the play stops, they stop the clock. Yeah, and that's fast paced. That doesn't mess with anything. I don't know, because that's for gazy. Because one time you're watching a game, you're like, well, they're at least going to be at least 7 minutes. And then all of a sudden they just throw 5 minutes up there. I'm like, no way. There was way more than 5 minutes of wasted time when nobody was doing anything. So I don't know.
That's what Dad was banging on about VAR. Just to some of us seems like an excuse to make the game more entertaining or change what's going to happen in the game. And whilst I don't agree that VAR and Arsenal are some kind of partnership with each other, there's been some real bad decisions throughout the season this year. But yeah, we have been lucky. We haven't gave away a penalty for whatever reasons you want to argue that is. Fine. But a VAR to me, yes, probably becoming more of a hindrance to the game. I'm not enjoying football like I used to.
That's why baseball, they boast. Baseball does not have a clock. You have to get 27 outs.
That's like cricket, isn't it? That's why that stuff goes on for days at times.
Yeah. Cricket does go on for days. I tried to get into that. I can't get into that. Baseball, you have 9 innings, 27 outs. Now, if you tie, you can go extra innings, but they changed that too now. Freaking to shorten the game, let's say you go into the 10th inning and you said tie 2-2. Now they automatically put a runner on second base to start the inning. That cheapens the game, man. That's ridiculous.
Well, then you don't have to earn the run starting from home plate.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, I hate that. Put a man on second. All right, start the inning. Well, what if you got a bunch of not so good hitters coming up? Like you're in the bottom of your order, like the 7, 8, and 9 hitter, right? They're the ones that are not as good as the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters, right? Those are your top guys. So you're going to get a guy put on second, and you got your worst hitters coming up. And the other team has their best hitters coming up, and they get a man on second. Yeah, it just cheapens the game, man. Just leave baseball the way it is. I don't mind the interleague play, fine, but leave it the way it is.
Yeah, there's that part that then the 2 hitters following, if they just quote unquote do their job, yeah, you push the run across in order for there to start being a decisive outcome. Now you got a run on and you're ahead, and that now it puts the onus back on the bottom half inning team when, yeah, you just needed to earn the run in the first place from home plate to start the inning.
Another hot one in Alabama today.
You are?
Said another hot one in Alabama today, and no air conditioning in my car. It gets you to the point where I just want to freaking rip my clothes off in the car.
Put that stuff on Instagram. You can make a few bucks.
So what's the story with the book, Nathan? What's the latest news?
I sent another e-cover across today because the cow had 5 legs, like in true AI style.
You kidding me?
Wait a minute here.
A 5-legged cow.
Yeah.
What are you producing over there, Surf Daddy?
I produced that.
Yeah, I know, but he has a farm. I'm joking.
Oh,
around.
right, I see. No, it was an AI cow.
All my sheep have 4 legs.
Well, I've been told I have 3.
Yeah, so that was
put
it.
that stuff on Instagram. Make a buck.
Most Sicilians have 3 legs. It's that nigger in us.
You're not allowed to use that word. Only we can use that word.
I have no hate. Wait a second. I have no hatred.
Yeah, but you're white.
No.
You're not allowed to use that word.
Oh, Surf Daddy posted a video of the guy you were talking about. Mike Tyson gets him to say, "I love Eli's."
Eli's? What's an Eli?
Ugh.
Oh, that's right. He's white.
Yeah, just play the video. It's cool. It's exactly what you're talking about. Tyson and Theo Vaughn are on this live show podcast thing, and Tyson's just goading Theo on, says, say it, and Theo is just sincerely like, I don't want to, no, I don't want to, and Tyson eventually says, man, you're just bringing the show down. This show's crap. Say it. It's pretty funny.
Tyson is not a racist.
No, he was the one making him say it. Say it, Theo. Say it. He was doing it all in the right context. And even in the right context, and Theo is a comedian about it, he couldn't he couldn't do it until he finally does. He finally breaks down. But that's the short.
No, you got all the white liberals. They want to wash the black people's feet. You know, it's only right.
Anyway.
So is the thumbnail going to be racism in sports?
No, I've already made the thumbnail. I put it in Master B. It's because we're covering the Feast of Nonsense. Admittedly, we only covered 2 questions today. But I keep expanding out an image of the literal Feast of Nonsense. That's to say, a picture of a feast with the food representing the nonsense. So there's things like a cake that's made to look like a green screen. There's lots of rocket cakes and star biscuits and things like that. And then today's version of that was expanded out so that they're on the moon with the globe Earth in the background. And they're eating at the Feast of Nonsense. All very exciting.
I'm enjoying it. It's just that, when I'm waking up after the live stream and have to rewatch it. But yeah, it's really cool that you guys are going through it.
Is that part of that show, Flat Earth Debate, that you have nothing to do with, Nathan?
Oh, that one, yeah. The one falsely accused that's actually his.
By the way, you've been threatened. I don't know if you heard me in the pre-show.
What beasting now?
Oh, those tapes better be released. He said they're going to be released. They will be heard. And it will be done. Yeah,
Right.
He's threatening that. I guess he's got some legal thing that he's going to try to push that'll make you play the tapes. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll release what tapes I've released already. And yeah, like yesterday. I'm sure you all enjoyed listening to the tapes yesterday, right?
Yeah. Those are great tapes. But they're paying attention because they were talking about the tapes Mikey released.
Lord have mercy on us all.
I think you should release like little clips every now and then. So that'll drive them nuts.
Yeah, I don't care about driving them nuts, especially.
Well, it'll knock shit out of the box. Like I was being sarcastic. You could hear the sarcasm in my voice, says Adam. And I'm calling for an author, certainly not for him because he's lord over me. Something to that effect. I was like, oh, yes, it is. You are freaking calling for him. He's the boss because it's his book. You were editing, so yes. You were under him. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
I
a
get
big
it.
thing.
So
I mean,
what you're saying is there's been a subtle rewriting of history based on an incongruence with the words being used when the book was being produced versus what they'd prefer history to tell. Yeah, it's amazing how people want to suggest that what they're saying in the moment is sarcastic. Well, choose your words carefully. I don't hear any sarcasm. I hear you asking me what I want as the author. Oh, you are sarcastic. I see. Okay. No worries. Nobody gives a fuck. I've got it documented what a pair of thieving cunts they are. Don't need to justify it. Like, that is the history of what's happened. You have stolen from me, and proving that you were describing me as the author with your own fucking words is not going to be overcome with you saying, well, I was being sarcastic. Okay, so we can't trust a word you say, is what you're saying. We can't take you at your word, Adam. Yeah, I already knew you were a lying, thieving fucker, and now you're just proving that what you say cannot be taken seriously. Because when you use words, you might be suggesting that you meant something completely different because you were being sarcastic. Okay, so just let's get this on camera based on Adam's current admission. You cannot believe a single word Adam says because the words he used might later be described as sarcastic, meaning I didn't mean what I said. So don't believe a single word Adam Meakin says. He cannot be taken literally. Those are his own admissions, aren't they? Okay? You didn't mean what you said. Okay, I won't believe a word you say. Oh, I already dismissed you from my company, so I don't need to care about it anymore, do I? So who gives a fuck? But what I'm hearing is, I don't like you showing the facts, so I need to say that that isn't really how it was. I was being sarcastic.
well, they pulled back on that 1,500 hours. Now he said I could be overstating it, but I don't know. But it was a lot of hours. Yeah, you freaking lying bastard. If I had that, I would have added up all the hours already and showed you just how much you put into that. Because you got these people thinking that you were slaving over words. And then Adam, how many times did I bring stuff home and came back the next day and said, this is what I put together? Flashy right in. That's right.
No.
Oh, so what you're saying is they've watched me release a few of the tapes and now they need to rewrite history some more. How incredibly amusing.
You don't understand. It was 62 and a half days of blood, sweat, and tears. And you were the The bloody bastard that denied them all their hard work and to get credit for it. You just don't understand.
Denied them co-authorship because they were not authors.
Oh, yeah, that's reality.
Anywho, it is hilarious though.
Release the tapes. I was being sarcastic in that particular tape. Very
it's your job to
amusing.
figure out which one.
If you listen to my tone, listen to the tone of my voice there. Listen. I did listen. You were asking for the author to come and you were asking him, how do you want this worded? You know, the things that editors do.
No, I'm good with Adam's interpretation on this. Do not take a single word Adam Meakin says seriously. There's a good chance he does not mean what he says. Now me, I figured this out when he lied through his back teeth and conned me. When he said things like, you'll earn 10x. That was sarcastic. What he meant was, I'll be thieving from you. Yeah, I know, Adam. That's why I told you to fuck off and get out of my life and removed you from every group that I introduced you to. Because what you say, yeah, it can't be taken seriously. Yeah, you were being sarcastic. That's synonymous with, I'm a lying fucker. Yeah, we know. That's what happens when you ask for tapes to be released. And then when they're released, they show that you're a lying fucker. You have to say that you didn't mean the words you said. Oh, I see. So you're not only not to be trusted, disingenuous, but the words coming out of your mouth don't mean what you say. Okay. Yeah, you sound like somebody who should be long removed from me, and you already have been when I fired you, Adam. You had a brief, you say. Was that a sarcastic brief, or was it just what I told you to do? Now, you're not being told what to do anymore because you've been dismissed by me. So, no, you're not under me anymore. You've been fired. You don't get any briefs from me anymore. You moan about how I should be releasing shit. I'll do whatever the fuck I like. I will exchange about a minute of good eye contact from QE for a minute of footage. You let me know if you want that deal. Good eye contact, 1 minute of footage.
Be careful. He might go for that, Nathan. You've seen the pictures he sent me. You know, half naked. Very creepy.
Yikes. Yeah, meanwhile, you don't have to plot the land, touch an excavator, touch a shovel. Yeah, they'll bury themselves. They're doing it.
He kind of might be the dude on American Beauty. You're a military guy?
What, in American Beauty is when he's working at McDonald's? Is that what you mean? When his wife pulls up with the lover and he's being cheated on. That's cheated by comparison to my circumstance. Not by a lover, but just by somebody who's offering their assistance. But in this instance, the person finds out that he's being cheated by the wife with her co-worker, and he says to her, you don't get to tell me what to do ever again. Release what? Suck my balls, you dumb fuck little turd.
Yeah, but I'm saying he might just take you up on that. Like the other character in that movie, the military father, that was freaking very, you know, mean to the son, when actually he was a faggot.
Oh, right. You're saying the father's really vitriolic against homosexuals, and then he sees the kid skinning up a joint, and from his perspective, looking out the window, watching his son with the neighbour, it looks like he's performing fellatio on him. So he goes down and has a massive go at the neighbour, but tries to kiss him because he's actually a closet homo.
Yep.
I like American Beauty, but now I'm feeling confused.
So in that movie, he was actually dead telling a story, right?
Yeah, he's dead the whole time. He's been shot in the back of the head by that guy, same guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Leicester or something, I think.
Lester Burnham.
Yeah, it was a good movie. Anyway, yeah. Longer gone are the days where I'm dishing out orders to my subservients. That is to say, they're offering help to edit my book, put them in a position of subservience to me, the author. They didn't like that. They wanted to steal from me. And now that they've been dismissed from our company, they feel like from the pub they can make the orders to the factory. Release the CCTV, I tell you. You'll see on the CCTV that they were stealing from me. Yeah, fuck off. Nobody gives a shit about what you want anymore. That's the point.
Nathan, how could you be over them? They weren't getting paid.
Sorry, having a money transfer between two people doesn't change employment status. If you're doing a task, like getting a brief... Oh, my bad, that was sarcasm. Yeah, as I say, you can't trust a single word out of Adam's mouth. It doesn't change the circumstance. Offering your assistance for free, it's like in the same way that people will offer me money, right? Out of the goodness of their heart. Well, that's my earnings. I have to get taxed on it. Like, that's how it works. They're not giving it as anything other than a gift to a YouTuber that they like watching. That's my revenue. Now, when people say, well, this person's not giving you any money, and you're like, no, they've given me their time to assist me in producing material that earns me money. Again, that I have to declare. That's how it works. In this case, it would have been the assistance rather than financial support from these two thieving fuckers. They're not offering me money to help me pay my mortgage. They're offering me their time. Right, okay. So without payment, so I don't have to employ an editor. That's how it works. So rather than employing an editor and stenographer, you'll offer to do that service for me for free. Well, for free? Yeah, that means no payment exchanges for the services received. What are the services? Stenography and editing. Well, okay. Does that mean that suddenly that they're in charge? Absolutely not. I'm in charge. They're doing it for me because they want to help, not with money, the thing I need. The ends is money. The only reason the work's being done is to produce money. And it has produced money. Just not for me. I was told you'll earn 10 times more by Adam, but it turns out you cannot believe a word a thieving liar scumbag says. I would assume that when, quote, on the tapes that I'm being demanded to release, I've released one, Adam says, you'll earn 10 times more, son. You'll earn 10 times more. I haven't earned a dime. I'm still really poor. I'm not earning any money from that work. Adam's earning money from it, though. Yeah? I mean, when he said, you will earn 10 times more, what he actually meant, he was being sarcastic. What he meant was, I'll translate it from sarcastic tones of a man you can't trust. I'll be stealing this from you, Nathan. It'll be lining my pockets. That's what he meant in his sarcastic tone, right, Adam? Now that we're releasing the tapes and you're telling me lies about how much I'll earn from the book you've published, yeah, that would be the sarcasm where you cannot trust Adam Meakin. Because when he says something, there's a good chance that if you record him saying it and he's lied about what he said, he'll just say, sarcasm. I didn't mean you'd earn 10 times more. I meant I would earn 10 times more and you would earn nothing. That's what he really meant when he lied through his back teeth to me on record, on the tapes. Yeah? I'll release the tapes that I like releasing. Yeah? The ones where you're saying, we've got to start afresh now. What, a fresh Word document? You mean you'll implant this idea that starting fresh means starting a book for you and your benefit later when you have to positively spin what you've actually said? Yeah, I've got lots of tapes of what's been used to gaslight me to achieve the ends of stealing from me. Yeah, and I'll release them. Not that I need to. The majority of what I want to declare has actually already been released, where people like Adam are lying. Clearly lying by demonstration of whether or not I've earned a penny from something he's currently earning money from. He says I'll earn money, he will actually be the one that takes money. Like a thief. Someone who steals money. In this case, Adam Meakin. The money he said I would earn is going into his pocket. That makes him a thief. A man you cannot trust. A man when you point out with recordings, that's tapes, his own words, he'll say, that was me being sarcastic. I didn't mean you'd earn anything. I meant I would earn stuff off your back. Yeah? Thieving fucker.
But you know how many times I took that work home and came back the next day and said, this is what I put together? You can't put a number on those hours I put in. And that was me writing it.
Yeah. What he's saying is the Adam Meakin suggests that because he has taken it upon himself to work beyond the words he said, what work's been done on this book without Nathan's icon? Oh, none. Now Adam's saying he did lots of hours that weren't with my icon there. Well, that sounds another... Maybe this is sarcasm. Oh, when I said I only did work in your company, what I actually meant was I'm going to make up a story of me doing hours and hours and hours of work when you're not around because I've suggested I've done thousands of hours of work that can't be accounted for. So I'm going to make up work that is beyond the scope of the I haven't done any work that you weren't party to. Your icon was always here. Yeah, those are the tapes that make Adam Meakin the biggest lying fucker there is. Easily demonstrated with his own fucking words. How much work have you done on this without me here? None. End quote, Adam Meakin. 8 months later. How much work have you done? Hundreds of hours! Separate to them. Why? Well, because we said that we'd done loads and loads and loads of work. When it can easily be shown that we didn't. We just fucked a man around and stole from him. Yeah, you're going to need to start claiming sarcasm when you're proven to be a liar with the tapes that you demand. Are you wanting the tape? What about this one where you say that you haven't done any work on it unless I'm around? Oh, that's an outright lie. My bad. Sarcasm. No, you're just a thief. Yeah? A thief. And this is their swan song, right? It's being written now. Present tense. As we discuss the thieves demanding the evidence. And what does it show? It shows that they're thieves immediately. And every little lie that they've told to their dumbass audience about I did loads of work. Separate from him. On my own good time. Really, why does there exist a recording of you saying the complete opposite, where you didn't specifically and explicitly do any work unless you were in my company? What was the reason that you didn't do any work unless I was there? Oh, because it's my book. According to Adam. No, in a new gaslit world where dumb fucks don't realise that it's all been recorded to prove how big a liar they are, they say they made a second book that was theirs. Separate to me. Loads of hours. Why are you justifying the hours? It's almost like you're justifying it to your old boss who's already sacked you. I couldn't give a flying fuck. Like, at this point, all I'm ever going to do is, number one, take the piss out of their abomination that they turned my fifth draft into, because it's shite. It's really crap. Yeah, that's the first thing I'll do. The second thing I'll do is continuously, whenever this comes up in discussion, point out that the Adam Meakin is a thieving, lying fucker by his own admission. And when he's caught lying, he'll say he's being sarcastic. No, you're just caught in an outright lie, you thieving fucker. That's all this is. Yeah? And the whores of Satan that they associate with to gaslight and lie on their behalf will be called whores of Satan as a consequence, with demonstrations of how they've been taken in by the lies when they're shown to be lies, with recordings of their own fucking words. The same recordings that coincidentally they thought that they were gaslighting the same people into believing would prove their innocence. Well, what do you know? The tapes show that they're a pair of thieving, lying fuckers. What a shock.
Do you think that Adam was being sarcastic about producing Class A drugs for that fella that died? Or do you think he was being truthful?
I don't know. Maybe he can tell you. I don't know. Adam often sarcastic when he's describing the illegal activities that he takes himself to on a daily basis from his drug shed.
See, Nathan, they forgot about the first rule. The first rule of flat Earth debate is Nathan's always recording, and I don't think they took that rule seriously.
Anyway, who gives a shit? You demand tapes, and what do you know? Within minutes, they're having to backtrack, backpedal, say they're being sarcastic, say they didn't mean what they said. Yeah, what a shock. Yeah, I'll just say this for any of the audience who's not quite up to date with the Flat Earth debate. John Stunyer and Adam Meakin are thieving fuckers. Now, 8 months ago, I departed company with them the moment I figured out that they were trying to deceive me and had cheated me. Now, that was what I did. Now, here we are 8 months later, and they've taken their shitty, ill-gotten gains, slapped a veneer of it being Betty's story on top of it, along with a load of bios, and sent it to market. Now, it turns out that rushing a book to production at a date I arbitrarily set for me completing my 9th draft and sending it off to the publisher for approval was what they took to mean I was going to publish on that date? Oh, I wonder why. Nevertheless, they rushed out an absolute steaming pile of dog shit and are now saying, release the tapes to show that we really did write our own book. Like, generally speaking, most authors don't demand a man who's accusing them of theft produce material that shows their own innocence about their own material. I'm not having to do that, but I've not got anybody who's around me that's suggesting that I've stolen my own material. Oh, there is, that's Flatsy! What a dumb fuck whore she is. Meanwhile, when I actually get my 9th draft out, 2 years after the original date that the 1st, 2nd and 3rd draft had gone through the processes of producing a draft worthy of publication, 4th draft, that was then made into a 5th draft with edits by 2 thieving fuckers that then retain that 5th draft after wasting a lot of my time, gaslighting me, lying to me about making 10x the amount of money, telling me that they wouldn't work on it unless I was there, and that they hadn't worked on it unless I was there, / did lots of work on their own when I wasn't, in complete contradiction of their own disclaimers that I've recorded and released. At their demand, release the tapes. What, have you proving yourself to be complete thieving fuckers? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I've done that. Meanwhile, you're still thieving fuckers and will always be associated with being thieving fuckers. And you'll always have that book as a noose dangling from your neck. Well, people ask you, is that the book you stole? That's all you'll ever get, yeah? And you'll have to justify it constantly. Me, I'm just chewing time away, really, treading water, waiting for my actual book to get published. No thanks to you, you pair of thieving fuckers. I wonder how many more things will be described as being sarcastic. I didn't mean those words I said. I meant something else.
Yeah,
what, like a liar?
That's what I'm saying. The more stuff comes out, the more they're going to have to backtrack and make lies about it, make up lies about what they actually meant.
Yeah, you wanted a swan song, right? That's why you were trying to extort co-authorship on my book. Swan song, right? Your swan song is you being thieves. That's what you will be remembered for. Adam Meakin and John Stunyer will be remembered in history as thieves. That's it. That's your swan song. Being excluded, not the first time for Adam. Can't seem to hang around people that continually kick him out of groups. Obviously a fundamentally unlikable person. But there we go. That's what you get when someone says one thing and then claims something else. And then when it turns out you got a recording of the first thing, they were being sarcastic. AKA, you can't believe a literal word that Adam says. He doesn't mean what he says. He means something else. You can tell by his tone. Or by the telepathy that lets you know that he's going to steal your book. Because he wants co-authorship. He hasn't said that. In fact, when it's been explicitly made clear that he won't be getting that, he doesn't say a single word, again, easily demonstrated on recordings, of me saying it. But when you're an abject coward, you think the world around you can pick up telepathic vibes of you stealing other people's material actually being justified because by telepathy, you let the person you were stealing from know that you were actually in charge. This was your story. No, you delusional thieving fuck. But you have created a swan song, yeah? Your swan song is this. This is it. The Adam Meakin swan song is, yeah, he was a flat earther that stole from one of his friends. Same goes for John Stunyer. Yeah? Thieving narcissist who conned material out of somebody he offered to help. Ah, well, that's your swan song.
Yeah, they got to live with that forever. Ain't that something?
It's just like I said earlier. You don't even have to touch the shovel or any prep towards it. They buried themselves.
Yeah, I listened to some of their oh, sorry, I can hear my voice. I'm sorry, I thought somebody else talking. I was listening to some of their live feed, and they kept saying that I released the tapes, and I had no context for what that was, because it's like, as you're talking about their incrimination about what happened, they want that out to the public.
We have released the tapes. And in the tapes, you'll hear Adam saying, we won't do a thing without Nathan's icon being here. Because it's Nathan's book. And they're just, happy and honored to be a part of it. Whatever words he used.
No, he was being sarcastic. He meant, I'm going to thieve this from you and make all of the money go into my pockets and not yours. That's what he actually, you could tell by his tone. I obviously know now. I mean, I forgot Adam reminded us how sarcastic he can be. Oh, you joker. When you said you were helping me and you were proud to be a part of my story that wouldn't exist without me, you meant this is the Adam Meakin story. You wrote it on your own, away from everybody else, and I won't be earning a fucking dime from it. You'll be making it. Well, I mean, why didn't I pick up on that? I mean, you did have that tone. You lying piece of shit. This is your swan song, boys. This is what you'll be remembered for. Kudos. Well done. Taps you on the back and congratulates you for going down in history as a pair of thieving cunts.
Yeah, and QE with his, I've told you all along, do not believe anything, any claims without support. How long have I been telling you you don't believe anybody on anything unless they support their claims?
So when someone says they're a thieving fucker, and then you show them conning you by telling you that you'll earn money from something that they ended up publishing, and they turn around and say, you've just supported that evidence quite nicely to prove I'm a thief. Actually, I was being sarcastic. Could you not tell from my tone? Can you not tell when someone's lying through their back teeth to you? When they say, you'll earn 10 times more with my help, what they mean is, I'll steal this from you and then claim that you've tried to steal it from me. That's what I actually meant. Couldn't you tell from my tone? Yeah,
you can do all with a stolen book.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how you ask for tapes, you get them, and then the next thing you know, you're outraged about how sarcastic you were back then. And how obviously you didn't mean the words that came out your mouth. Obviously, you can't believe a word Adam Meakin says.
No, Nathan, they want all the hours. Every hour you got recorded, those are the tapes they want released, because in them, there's the truth. Huh?
Yeah, I get it. Their innocence will be shown. So what do you know? They get a couple of tapes that show that they're complete liars, and no, it's the other tapes where we're shown to be right.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, not those tapes, the other tapes, Nathan.
Not the tapes that show I'm a complete liar, where I've got to admit that, I was being sarcastic. You can't take what I say seriously. Not those tapes. You don't like those tapes? Oh, sorry. Oh, my bad. I'll dig out the ones that have got your name on my book. Oh, none of them have got that. Not one.
By the way, those tapes were released by Mikey. Those little short ones. So I don't even think you were involved in that, Nathan. Somebody else released them. That might happen,
Yeah, I didn't.
Other people?
I don't have a requirement to do anything, right? The people around me know what's happened because I produced material as I went along to members showing the production process. Therefore, I was confident when I turned around and said, go away, and just removed them from all the groups, that no one's going to turn around and go, well, why did you do that? It's like, well, no, the people who are closest to me, that's the people, generally speaking, who are generous and kind enough to support me financially. That's by being members and Patreons. Those people knew already. I didn't have to explain anything to anybody. Now, don't get me wrong, there's people on the periphery that'll be taken in by liars, but then the liars demand you release tapes, and what do you know? It's not the right tapes. You wanted the other tapes. What? Not the ones that show you completely lied to me, deceived me, and conned me. You don't want those tapes. Oh, right. Oh, you want the ones that show that you worked really hard. Sorry, how am I going to show them? According to Adam, he did it on his own, away from me, in spite of, quote, I won't do any work unless you're here. I haven't done any work without you being here, end quote, Adam. But apparently, Adam's got proof that he's worked away from me and did completely the opposite of that. Again, sarcastically. When I say I won't do any work and haven't done any work unless you're in my company because it's your book, I actually meant this is my book and I've put loads of work in while you haven't even seen me. I obviously add that tone where you can't take a single word Adam Meakin says seriously because he's a lying fucker and doesn't mean what the words that he says. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that a lot. But meanwhile, what I've done is turn their swan song into this, haven't I? Which is the reality that they stole from me. It's not like they stole from me and then just got away from it. They didn't get away from it and they never will. In fact, I turned it into a chapter of the book that I was producing that they stole, the 5th draft of. No worries. Yeah. You stole part of my material, then tried to rewrite history. And what do you know? You can't rewrite history when someone demonstrates the words that are coming out of your own mouth. Then you'll have to say it's sarcasm. And no one will ever believe you ever again. Like, should I take what Adam says seriously, or might it be described as sarcasm later? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be described as sarcasm later when someone's got a recording of him lying. Then he needs to say, well, no, it's actually my gaslit version of reality, not the recorded version. I was being sarcastic. Oh, can't you tell? No, I just took you at your word, Adam, you thieving fuck. And I don't suggest anybody else ever takes you at your word. What, because you're a thieving fucker who will lie after the fact when proven to be wrong with the tapes you asked for them. You don't like them. I don't really understand what's going on here. You said you wanted tapes. I show tapes where you tell me about my book and it's on screen with my name on it, and you telling me all about how you only work on it in my company. Oh, is that incongruent with you telling people how much work you did away from me? Oh, I see. That just proves you're a liar, though, doesn't it? That's all it proves. Oh, sorry, not a lying piece of shit. Sarcastic.
You know, like the 1,500 hours of hard work that they put into it.
No, he covered
sarcastic too.
He covered himself there. He said, I may be overstating the hours, but it was a lot. Yeah, you're listening to what we're saying. So basically, the first tape you released, it was Adam, right, saying, you know, the sarcastic bit, you know, the little sketch you were playing. You could think of yourself of getting a mention, right? That whole tape where he's saying that, you know, it's Nathan's book, and, you know, and if he ever did write a book, it won't be stolen valor. So they had a story about that. That story was he was trying to wake Nathan up and get his attention that we're your friends and look at all the work we're doing, whatever the hell story he made up, right? So now Mikey releases some tapes of them looking for the author to ask the author how he wants this certain paragraph phrased. And I was being sarcastic there. What's going to be the next story when the next tapes come out? I know they're going to have a story for every tape. Okay, I got it.
That's nice.
Stupid people like LVA Paul get wrapped up in it. And they tell you, I wrote a whole new manuscript. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that was a ear opener. Yeah, Nathan's gaslighting us into just selling drama.
I don't think I can recommend Nathan's book. Oh, gee. Wow, the world's going to end. LVA Paul is not going to recommend Nathan's book. That's going to cost at least 100,000 sales to go by the wayside. Get that big channel.
They were making a big deal about how, if they actually stole it, how they'd end up with a copy of the draft.
What was their story?
The two books hypothesis.
Wait a second. While sitting in Nathan's room, right? The room we're in right now, like when the show ended, it would go into book editing. This room right here, Nathan's room. So, yeah, he usually does things like that. Let people work on their own material. Wasting time and hours. That seems logical. But people get deceived by that. You know, they allow people to gaslight them, rewrite history. There were two books. And the second one was going to be, we were all going to be authors on the book. We just weren't going to tell you until it was almost done.
Hypothesis, you say? So what was the dependent variable? John Stunges and Adam Meekin's thieving hands?
Yeah, we could manipulate their hands. That's a good one. We could science it. I can scientifically prove that there were two books. We had to start all over.
Therefore validating the hypothesis or the null.
I liked the thread at the end. That was amusing. I've only heard, to be honest, I've only heard about 3 minutes in total. So I'm assuming they had a long show, right?
Yeah, 2 hours and 23 minutes. They even have an exit song as well. But yeah, I went to the mark you stated, and it just was flooring me. It's like, is that what people just at points just receive just because you're calling somebody out for their backstabbing? Yeah, we too will move on from this and the earth's measured flat. But yeah, that's still proper to call traitors out and to have them removed.
Oh, yeah. Keep calling people out, too. Catch you in the wrong side of town and you mosey on here like everything's okay. I'm going to call you out on it. When you're making videos saying, I don't see how they stole the book. It's I don't see what the drama is. Okay. You'll be removed, too. Oh, what's that you say? You're a moderator? You can't be touched? I don't know, Roger.
Yeah, it breaks my heart. I always looked forward when I would see him on the YouTube chat. But yeah, that's probably the way he's going to be. Then so be it. Yeah, you can You can leave, bro. God.
You just made the shit list. And it's growing. It's kind of sad because every time somebody makes a shit list, that means it's another person they were able to freaking gaslight and rewrite history in their mind. No, it's kind of sad, but what are you going to do? I'd rather not be around them, you know, rather than show their true colors, you know, and not be around people like that. And they don't show their true colors and they're hanging around.
Yeah. Well, God only knows towards, you name it, the support of the show and stuff. And then you go and do this, then yeah, just leave, dude.
That's the point.
You and Paul can just leave. Go ahead, Nathan.
I was just going to say that I watched, what's the guy's name? Handsome guy who's in Ocean's 11 and...
Brad Pitt?
Brad Pitt, right. Brad Pitt's doing an award ceremony. And he's explaining that in life, the pleasure doesn't come from the journey, nor does it come from the destination. So as we're talking about my book currently, right, that's what you could describe as the journey. The production process of the book is the journey. The destination is its publication. Now, I don't necessarily see it like that because the publication is just the start of the journey as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, the point is, his overarching point was to say it's not the journey, not the destination, it's the company that you keep. That's the pleasure of life. Now, he's talking fondly about Quentin Tarantino and various other co-stars that he's worked alongside, that he's enjoyed working with. But when I say this is it, this is what we're doing in this moment, that's the valuable bit, right? This now is why I have what I have as a job, because we get to do this. We get to experience this moment. Now, I appreciate that our Unity, our discussion currently is about thieving fuckers. I get that, right? And that doesn't alter the joy that us being in each other's company, admittedly whinging about some past event, but still, we're in each other's company, enjoying each other's company, doing what we do, and hopefully everyone's enjoying the moment. That's the point of life. Not that we get to some point where people who've wronged you or me or anybody else are punished, or you reach some levity as a result of your righteousness being the end result that comes to fruition. Those things, future tense, aren't as important as what is going on right now. That is to say, I could walk out tomorrow with pre-book publication, as that's the example in this particular example, and get hit by a bus. Never see its publication. So you go, well, what did I have in the time that I was here? This now, right now. This is the important bit. So when I say, well, the main loss is the removal from the group, when I say the desire from the most, even those who are narcissistically looking for recognition, even if it's stolen valor, they want social acceptance. Now, if that's long-term social acceptance because they want to go down in the annals of history, or immediate social acceptance because people give them immediate respect, whichever it may be, the overarching theme of being a thief, a con man, undermines the overall desire to go down in history as a good person that's recognized as intellectual or whatever, whatever. I can't read minds in terms of the overall desire in the regards to social acceptance. But we are social creatures. We do endeavour to seek a higher degree of social acceptance. And in any given moment, like right now, you are either enjoying life for having a good social experience, or moaning about somebody who's removed you from their social circle. Now, if that's your own fault because you're a thief, or it's not your own fault, the person that you're in a social circle with was unreasonable, either way, you just have to accept your lot take the L and move on. But for the people who still participate in a given social circle, so long as they're deriving pleasure from it, so long as they're enjoying life to the max, not to sound like a Pepsi commercial, but that's all that really matters. This moment right now, are you doing what you do? Are you living your best life, as they say, right now? Should you be hit by a bus tomorrow, would you praise the Lord that it allowed you to have that opportunity and praise the fact that you didn't waste a second of it? Or would you go, if only I'd got to the point where that person suffered, you know what I mean, were punished, and I was raised up in praise. I never got to that stage. And you're like, yeah, well, you probably never will if you don't reflect on how lucky you are just to be living in this very moment.
That's correct.
Nathan, God forbid, and if you do get run over by a bus and die and the book doesn't get published, but is anything you get written into the book? If that did happen, you could sign the book over to myself and Mario. So we could publish it, please.
Well, in sincerity, it's one of those things that if it did become a decent financial gambit, that is to say it had some legs and remained relevant, I've already said that I've written it in that frame of mind. I would hope that my kids benefited to some small degree because I've not made money throughout my life. I've written down that in terms of priorities so I can spend this particular time with my kids. They are of a higher priority than earning more money. So I would hope that if the book did do anything of note, that my kids would actually benefit, that there'd be something to pass on to them, that they could actually, have some benefit from. You know what I mean? But whether or not that's the case, I don't know. I mean, it might fade on its arse after a couple of months of sales. You just don't know.
Oh, yeah, that was used. That was used too. How would you feel? Like Nathan's kids are older and he's talking to Adam's kids. Then the book comes up. I mean, how would my kids feel with just their father getting mentioned inside the book when he wrote the whole thing?
Adam was running a pharmacy while I was running Flat Earth Debate.
I thought he worked on a vineyard, didn't he? Is he a pharmacist?
He might be an alcoholic, but my point is his legacy is that of pharmaceuticals. Right? Wanting to go down in history because Flat Earth's more exciting doesn't give you a legitimate reason to steal what I produced over the last 10 years and claim it's yours because you put pen to paper after offering to do so. I mean, these people are delusional. I don't really get it. Trying to justify theft, that's all they're doing. Well, how would you feel if... why do you need to make this justification? If what you'd stolen was genuinely yours, none of this would be necessary.
No, Nathan, if you would have only agreed to... if you would have just agreed to having them as co-authors, the book would be out.
The book is out. It's out in their names. They've stolen it and published it under their own names. So what you're saying is, if I'd have kowtowed to thieves and their demands, I'd have got what I wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. I sacked them.
You would have still had the final edit.
Yeah, friends don't say, you do this or I won't give you what we have worked on and I've told you I'll help you with. You do this or I won't give you what we've offered to help with. That's what was presented to me. At which point I went, get lost. I never want to speak to you ever again. That was my attitude. Now, obviously, initially I gave them a couple of weeks to actually set it straight and give me back what was mine. But at the point that they didn't, and it's like, no, they are genuinely going to try and extort my material from me because they've offered help and then given the help. That's their justification. I know their story. I can summarise it in one sentence. We offered to help. After we helped, we felt that we deserved to be credited.
I know we've said this loads of times.
Are you driving one deck?
Sorry, yeah, I thought Nathan had finished and I just lost signal. Am I still here now?
So sometimes that happens. Go ahead, Nathan.
Sorry about that, Nathan.
I can't remember what I was waffling about.
He was summarizing what they were expecting.
Yeah, they were expecting co-authorship. They said, I won't give you your 5th draft unless you give us co-authorship. Simple. I was like, but it was made explicitly clear that you wouldn't be getting co-authorship. Well, we've decided now, after doing the work, that we actually deserve it. You're like, okay, so when you're telling me I'll be earning 10x for my book for the work that you're putting in to make it a better book, exactly as sold, what you actually meant, sarcasm, you want co-authorship on my book. That's what you actually meant. Yeah, that, like I say, that was the point that they got removed. Okay, so bye-bye forever. That's it. Simple. Now, work continues, and I said this at the time, 8 months ago. Okay, so it sounds like yet another year wasted where what's suggested to be help getting my book out turned into it being stolen. And because I didn't do something for someone who offered me help, I'm going to be told that, oh, I don't give a fuck. They've walked off with it and published it, but they'll forever be justifying how they didn't steal it, won't they? I mean, that's just the facts. Now, what they want, they'll never be able to get, which is the world to recognise how they were justified in taking that which they were asking for co-authorship with. Well, okay. By their own standards, I should have my name on their book then, right, as a co-author? Correct? That's their standard. Now, am I asking for that? Am I saying, put my name on your book? Clearly, by your own standards, I'm the co-author. No. Why not? Well, because it's an absolute fucking train wreck. And like my wife said, she said, well, it's kind of good in a way. If you had have given them co-authorship, you'd want their names on there. So when someone said, well, this is a pile of shit, you could at least blame it on them. Now, I didn't want that to be the case. I wanted to produce a really good book. Now, what they wanted was to go beyond what they were asked for when working on my material, and then based on the fact that they took it upon themselves to insert copywritten material or whatever it was that they've used to justify them keeping my work or demanding co-authorship of my work after working on it, meant that they've ended up being in a position where they have just kept what they said they'd help with. Now, there's no rewriting what's occurred. They were helping me with it, now they've got their name on it. I mean, there's no other way to dice that, is there? Well, it'll be forever tarnished. They'll forever have to say, no, we were justified in rewriting the housekeeping questions because I came up with them. What was it you came up with? Housekeeping. What's housekeeping? Well, it's the questions Nathan asks at the beginning of every one of his shows. You're like, okay, in what world do you imagine that someone's not going to look at that and recognise it for what it is? You stealing valour. Because there was already a half-written 5th draft that you helped with, and then suggested that because you polished it up to the standard that you would suggest it would be ready for publication, it became yours. Okay, so you always had selfish intentions then. You always intended to not help another man that you offered help. You intended to stand alongside him, be co-authors. Why didn't you say those things? Would be my next question. It's like, why didn't you say that then? While I was saying, you won't be an author, why didn't you say, well, I will not work for you then? Oh, it's because you're a complete coward and you decided that, no, it would be easier to not mention anything and then just steal it at the end of the process. Because you've got one of the Word documents. Well, the end result of that is, bye-bye, you're not going to be a part of this group. Because you're not trustworthy. Because we can't take what you say as being what you mean when you open your mouth. Oh, you were being sarcastic. Well, then I made the right choice to exclude you from the group. I don't want to be around people like that. Choose your words carefully. Mean what you say. Don't turn around after you've been proven to be a liar and suggest that the words that you said then were actually sarcastic because they don't comport with the gaslit world you've created now. That just means that I made the absolute right decision to remove these two thieving fuckers from the group. You know, I do have a certain amount of authority when it comes to the group I've created, and I expect that people around me look at me and expect a standard out of me. when I'm exposing the group to the individuals within the group as the effective leader of the group. I'm creating the group, introducing people into the group, and subsequently, occasionally, having to remove people from it. But my decisions are based on people's actions and whether or not ultimately they can be trusted. It's like, if I can't trust the words coming out your mouth, because I find out that in previous examples, the words that have come out of your mouth have later been claimed to be sarcasm, meaning you didn't mean the words you said then. It's like, okay, that means that you aren't worthy to be in my company and the company that I keep. So I will exercise a certain level of authority and judgment when I remove people from the group. It's not a small deal. Like, I didn't do it on a whim. I gave them a couple of weeks to give me back what was mine. Now I hear that Brian's describing it. Well, at the point that you were supposed to give Nathan his book, you're like, yeah, Brian seems to be that little bitch that's also betraying his own side, because he's making it clear to the audience in his own words that which they've suggested as a second book had a date that it was going to be handed to me, what the draft that they were doing, that they kept possession of. Yeah, again, another justifiable reason to exclude them from the group based on the understanding of even their own side that are being currently gaslit. So, I don't care. It's like I say, they haven't been around me for 8 months. So who cares? Oh, right. What did they do? They ended up publishing that which they'd stolen with a crap veneer on it. That's why we're talking about it. Yeah, but it is crap. I'd be a lot more annoyed if it was good. But it isn't. It's just a pile of shit.
That was a slip of the tongue, wasn't it? He got very upset when Brian said that.
I don't know. I don't care. Again, Brian saying it, not comporting with the lies that they're currently conjuring in their gaslighted world of, we created a second book, and Brian just recognises what's gone on. That's it.
Yeah, and got reprimanded for it. Yeah, one deck.
I'm just saying, and we've spoke about this before, but it's just such a shame. You've had such a hard journey with this book. Yeah, I know they say God works in mysterious ways, and we've talked about that before, but it seems like, you've had a really hard time with this, with your family and pressure and extended times and, everything we're talking about. And I just really hope that when the book is released, that at some point you'll think, it was worth it.
It is.
I don't know why.
That's what I was trying to get across earlier. This is the payoff right now. I am enjoying this now. This is the goal. This is the aim. This is the ends. Experiencing this moment. So when you say, oh, well, I hope when the book comes out, it's like, no, it's not about the destination or the journey. It's about the company, as Brad put it. And I completely agree. Us having this conversation now, even though it's about dirtbags, like, if it wasn't those dirtbags, it'd be different dirtbags. Just global dirtbags, right? So who cares? It's just, we're having fun. I'm enjoying this. Now, you can probably tell by my tone that this is not sarcastic. I mean it absolutely sincerely. This is awesome. And I mean it when I say, well, you don't get to be a part of that anymore. That's a shame. People respected the individuals that were removed. They were looked up to, respected, revered. That's something that you don't want to give up. So to go from that to being called a thief and saying, release tapes. Okay, here's a tape. Not the tape that makes me look like a scumbag liar. The other tapes.
The other ones.
Okay. Well, that's a very big turnaround from being revered and respected, isn't it?
Yep, and that's how they're gaslighting their audience too.
Definitely, and that's why they've got songs about them and they're getting treatments about them now. They've shown the true colours.
One that they're getting. Listen, that's how they're doing it. I just figured it out too. They're doing it by, let's say, for instance, the housekeeping questions. Well, Nathan didn't come up with them. I never heard Nathan say one time that he came up with the housekeeping questions. They were formulated and asked daily on the show called Flat Earth Debate. So they belong to Nathan. But them spinning it like he didn't come up with it That was Anthony Riley's idea. So that's how they're gaslighting people.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan's always said that. Nathan's got no problem with saying that. You know, Riley came up with it and what housekeeping means and keeping things in order and just making sure the house is clean and everything's clean and tidy were the questions. Nathan's got no problem with that. But everything was done at the time. It was a team effort, no I in team. And it was all done under Nathan's roof of FED.
Yeah, it's about the show FED. It's simple. I mean, that's why I'm so confused how people are getting duped by this. I mean, it's always been the case. If everybody does a little, right? Nathan could just use it. I mean, come on, Nathan has that skill where he could hear something and just spit it right out 10 seconds later. That was his skill, the way he used his words.
I mean, I do think you should change it to FEND, FEND.
Okay.
Part of non-debate.
This right now is part of the flat earth debate process. Us having this conversation. People stealing valor from what is perceived to be high value information. All right, flat earth, you say. Yes, this is valuable information that I want the valor and credit of being the arbiter of. It used to be the case that Math Powerland did this and would describe people in the wave that they came. He's first wave. He was the arbiter of it all. He was the originator of it all. And don't you forget it. And then someone else comes along. You didn't come along as long as I've been here. I've been here longer. I'm more important to this very important information than you are. I'm the one who deserves to go down in history, not you. You're a shill. That's how it goes about. You're like, what we're talking about here is what's been done, not who's decided that they came up with an idea. You're like, okay, so are Toyotas Fords? No, but hold on a second. Mass production of cars, that's Ford. So Toyotas are Fords. No, they're not. Well, but they came up with the idea. Yeah, that's right. But Toyota built that factory that pumps out Toyotas, and they've been running it daily, every day, pumping out cars. That's the reason why the Toyota's got a Toyota badge on the front of it. What's that? Someone else came with the idea of mass production. Yeah, that's right, but they didn't do it with Toyotas. Toyota did it with Toyotas. Now, by this comparison, Ford do actually have a production line. The difference when you compare me to Anthony Riley, Anthony hasn't got a production line. He's not pumping out flat earth material daily. But he came up with the idea to keep track of what we do with something called housekeeping. Yeah, and then by doing it daily, it became the flat earth debate housekeeping questions. By doing it. It's one thing to say, I've got an idea. You're like, okay, but actually putting it into reality is manifestation of an idea. Now, Anthony Riley hasn't sat for 2,500 shows spewing out housekeeping questions. He hasn't sat alongside people asking how the phraseology would work best. And frankly, if somebody comes up with the phraseology of a housekeeping question, what makes it a housekeeping question? I'll tell you what makes it a housekeeping question. Me saying it.
That's correct.
Yeah. On FED.
Yeah.
Your room.
Well, that's the only place that housekeeping questions get asked as housekeeping questions. Right, but we're breaking this down because that's all we're talking about. The valor of having done something 2,500 times and built a tiny little reputation about that tiny little detail on a show. But in reality, it's not even about the show's housekeeping questions. It's about having a show, having the consistency to, when you feel rough, still get up. Today was one of those days. I've had absolutely no sleep because I've been producing shorts videos. Now, I still do the show because I really want to do the show. I love what I do. But it's the doing that builds the legacy. But people want to turn around and go, no, I can justify that the legacy you've built by asking these questions day in, day out is actually because I came up with the idea to ask them. You're like, okay, so because you said, why don't you have some housekeeping questions that keeps track of what happens on my show? Well, the only reason there's a necessity to keep track of what happens in debate on my show is because I've got a show that's got a debate going on it. So, okay, maybe we can ascribe the credit. Maybe it's Anthony's book. Maybe this could be justification for Anthony stealing my work. You're like, no. What is the work? The work's what gets produced and put out there. Now, again, the stolen material, it's been reworked over, reheated, with a few different leftovers from other places that are non-relevant. And you can start with a really prized cow, and you can take out a really good cut. But the minute you cook it on a shitty flame that's not hot enough, and add it with ingredients that are garbage and rotten, the end result, when you wrap it up in a burrito bread, is still going to taste like shit. And that's where we're at. Okay, what? So you took some ingredients from me and managed to fold those ingredients in with a load of other shite? Yeah, I know. It's shite, really. You've really done badly with that filet mignon. You could have made a really beautiful meal with it. You didn't. You decided that you were going to serve it with a fucking milkshake. Okay, I mean, that's your bad, though. I mean, I don't give a fuck what you serve it with. But you chose to serve it with a milkshake and have it served by a woman with a cigarette hanging out her mouth going, yeah, men don't like me, I got dumped. And then I learned how to use the internet and I met you two, didn't I, lads? That's a woman with a fag hanging out of her mouth serving you the shit that started off as a filet mignon. That's what we've ended up with. So when I look at it, I go, what a waste. I mean, good, because that's what they have produced off the back of my hard work. Now, what am I going to produce off the back of my hard work? Well, my book with my name on it that'll come out soon. And it'll just be what that draft would have eventually turned into anyway had it not been stolen. Now, that particular draft turned into something else. Something shite. My work continued for about the same period that I was fucked around by the two thieves to produce an end result that I'm utterly delighted with. And I hope will sell. But that's the work. Now, again, you can look into a certain anecdote and go, well, if I didn't exist on the map reading channel, you wouldn't have a chapter on me. That's correct. Does that mean that you've got a justification to now come along and steal this from me? No. It just means that you become an anecdote in the story of Flat Earth debate that I've built over the 10 years of doing it day in, day out. To have a necessity to have housekeeping questions, to then base that on a backbone of material that becomes an interesting book about characters who involved themselves with the process of Flat Earth debate, including but not limited to housekeeping questions. That's just one tiny aspect of a much more expansive and interesting subject and community built here on this channel. Now that's history. It's not like I need to produce any tapes to demonstrate that. There's 2,500 tapes of that occurring. Like, okay, what's housekeeping? These questions asked on 2,500 shows by me. Did I need to justify that? Well, yeah, probably, because most people won't have the slightest clue about any of this shit. It's a storm in a teacup. The people who've robbed from me are fucking nobodies. It's not like Michael Jackson's robbed a song and gone off and turned it into a #1 hit that everyone knows. That's when you get pissed off. When you go, I wrote that song, and he's got a #1 hit with it. I want money. Well, am I in that position? What's to have? It sounds to me like it's died on its arse. And what your publications coming from LVA Paul? You've been endorsed by Paul, have you? Oh, how wonderful. Meanwhile, your material's died on its arse after a couple of weeks, and not a single person has come to me and said, you know what, Nathan, as much as it pains me to do this, right, that book has changed my life. I've done nothing but use it in debate, and I've been hammering ball believers ever since. It is a godsend. So as much as I don't want to admit it to you, if it wasn't for that book, I wouldn't have my wife. It's actually changed my life in ways that you couldn't imagine. Now, nobody's come up to me and said that, because that will never be said about that absolute dog-awful piece of shit that they took, a filet mignon, and turned it into a cat shit burrito. So I can't help that, right? Now, I hope my book will have some influence on people. That is to say, it has a profound effect on a normie who's recommended it because the community who are loyal to me, care about me, will go out, read it, and after being generous enough to pay money for something that I've produced, read it, and they, the immediate people who get it, are having a profound reaction to what's been written that encourages them to want to share it with others. Now, that snowball only comes if you've got a few things in place before you start rolling the ball down the hill. But the book is just a little snowball. It needs rolling. Well, my desire is that the first bit of snow that sticks to the snowball that you compacted in your hands, by metaphor the book when published, will be the reaction of the people who first get hold of it and go, yes, this is exactly what I wanted to give my uncle. Yeah, I was waiting for this book to give to my neighbour, and here it is, and I'm so chuffed that I can tell, no, you will go and pay money for it. Go and download it. It will make you see how the world is flat. That's what I hope will be the result. And that's how I'll go forth and promote it, rather than go forth promoting something that I'm being accused of not writing. Like, if I could have continued with the fifth draft, it would have been tarnished from me. People would have said that I hadn't written it, and it was written by ghostwriters. So, good. Blessing in disguise. When my material's published, I'll be like, yes, I had to write it twice. It was stolen by people who offered to assist me with it. When it got to its fifth draft stage, should that come up in discussion? But for the people who've stolen from me, they're going to have to do nothing but justify how a story about a series of questions asked by me has been put into a format that was being produced for me as help for me by them, as not being stolen. That's all they'll ever have to do. So, like I say, moving forward, fuck them. Like, who cares? They haven't produced Shakespeare. So who gives a fuck? It's not bad. It's not beat it. You know what I mean?
That's not the point. He came up with two good ones. Yeah, it's not Thriller unless when Michael Jackson sings it, it becomes Thriller. I get that. It's not till you ask the housekeeping questions. That's what made them. I agree 100%. But I didn't pick up on that. You're right about that. They would have been asking you questions. Is this the ghostwriters? That's a good insight on that. I never looked at it that way. That's key. And you're right. And it's not that we care about the freaking book. We care about what it's doing to the so-called community and when people get sucked into the bullshit. That's all. And the fact that they stand in the back.
But it couldn't have come at a better time, Neil, because it's easy to turn your back on two individuals when you're trying to walk out of a pond or climb out of a pond that's scummy anyway. So I want to turn my back on the majority of that scummy community. And this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. And fortunately, it sounds like the rhetoric does not align with what we do here anymore. Anyway, they want fights. They want globe debunkings. They want feast of nonsense and heliocentric assertions that ipso facto when debunked prove it's flat. You're like, have it. Have all of it. I am trying to turn my back from that. So the fact that there's going to be a certain number of stupid people that go, actually, I don't see anything wrong in these people thieving your material after offering to help you with it. And you're like, okay, good. I mean, I was trying to turn my back from a community anyway that I see as conspiratards, and I'm saying it to the wider audience because I feel that there's going to be a transitional period where we transition back into normie society, where we've always been on the fringes of the pool we were on anyway, in any way, on account of the fact that the majority of the people in that pool were either dweebs that I just can't associate with, I can't relate to. Like the globers, I can't think of a single one that I relate to on a level. You know, I don't see any of them as an alpha Chad. I just don't see that in any of them. Now, the people in the anti-flat earth, the flat earther community, the anti-globe community, the same thing applies. Half the time I can't relate to any of them. I just see them as idiotic hippies with stupid conspiratard theories. And I just get annoyed by them, and have done for 10 years. So you go, this is no bad thing. The fact that we're turning our back on what seems like controlled discussion where the conspiratards are set up to fail against the fart-sniffing dweebs. And I can't associate or can't relate to either group. So at the point that we're going, fuck them. If people don't like what we're doing, if they don't like that we're discontinuing the discussion, if they want to see the previous members of the group as being righteous in their theft. These are all good reasons to have this happen at a time that we're trying to detach ourselves from that particular community anyway. We're saying it wouldn't matter if you believe or disbelieve in a ball if you're a anti-flat earther / globe believer, because your measurements of the earth itself that build the ball are made with flat earth prerequisites. So it doesn't matter for you, the fart-sniffing dweebs, if you fight for the flat earth, fight for the globe, fight against the flat earth, fight against the globe. None of it makes any difference to the overall topology of the measured land. It was measured flat to begin with. It's being measured flat to this day, will always be measured flat in the future, and every normie that measures it has to use those axiomatic principles when they measure it. So we don't need those people anymore. So this is the right moment for that to happen, for us to be able to detach ourselves when there's the least people hanging around. The only people who are in my company, as far as I'm concerned currently, are the elite, the very best of the best. The rest of the conspiratard dickheads all seem to have severed themselves from us or been severed.
Oh, on deck, go.
No, I'm just saying, very well said, Nathan. I'm really enjoying listening to what you're saying today and tonight. And just to go back to the book, there's no, from what I can gather, and I've been involved with a little bit of the book, there's no other book out there like it. This is a first on the flat earth topic. Yeah, a new sort of way of presenting that Earth is definitely measured flat. Yeah, there's nothing else out there. We've discussed it on the programs with other people who authors of books. This is like something different now. Yeah, it's coming out, and it's Nathan Oakley's book, and Nathan Oakley is the, what we call it, Nathan? You're the master reference of flat Earth. You are like sea level. Nathan Oakley, sea level.
I mean, my only desire, literally, for the book is that it is well received by the people who have said to me multiple times that they want something to be able to pass on to next men, so that they can offer it to their aunt, uncle, sister, brother, neighbour, and say, read this so that you understand that Earth is flat. That's what I am being told people wanted the book to be. That's the internal circle of people. And I've been told it dozens and dozens and dozens of times by dozens and dozens of different people. Therefore, if that is the end goal for the book, and that I humbly believe is what I've achieved in writing it, then jobs are good. And if people receive it and go, I do want to tell Auntie Jane to start her flat earth journey here, or I do want to tell Uncle Steve to go fuck himself, he's wrong, and give him this book to show him so.
Yeah. But I think, sorry, Neil, I think CC said it, or somebody the other day, and we've spoke about this before, months ago. Do people have to go through the whole process of, asking the questions and going through what the housekeeping questions were to get to this point now? And I think what we came to the conclusion of is no. It's just like let's just make it simple for everybody. Yeah. And that's what Nathan does. Although he incorporates the journey in the book, he's also describing along the way that it's always been measured flat, and that's a flat earth prerequisite on this question. And if you're asking questions about something, you don't know the answer. Yeah. So that's why we don't ask questions anymore on FED. We just tell you the facts. We're spitting out facts.
If the Earth was flat and there was a distance to the horizon, huh?
No. What you got? This if fucking statement is shite, right? If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 395, no, the Earth is not a sphere. It's never been measured as a sphere, so we're not even going to give you that, right? If the Earth was a sphere, why would you even ask that question.
So how would you say it? One deck.
How would I say it? I wouldn't be saying if the Earth was a sphere of radius 3959, then the distance to the non-physical fucking horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the observer's fucking 18 feet to it. I'd be saying Earth's measured fucking flat, mate. From sea level, the 0 degree baseline for all measurements on Earth. The horizon has never been defined as a physical location. Yeah.
And to
So you
suggest
would just state you would just state facts.
Facts and measurement. Not if the Earth was a sphere. We're just going to give you a bit of the sphere because if it was a sphere, Brian, do you agree with me? I wouldn't even say that.
We're just making statements of fact here.
Well, to bring that up to date, it would be if we were to attempt to imply that the Earth was a sphere, then the only way we could do so was by suggesting that a distance to a geometric horizon would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth, violating the suggestion that Earth is a sphere.
Exactly. We would just state facts.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth, Nathan.
That's what I was pushing for. You just stated facts. You did not ask a question. You stated the fact of what that distance is.
Yeah, so that's why I said to you the other month, Nathan.
Say again?
So I said to the other month, I still do not understand how you thought that someone else could better word the book. I just still don't understand that. You are one of the most well-spoken people I've ever met. You actually make things concise. Why you thought, no offense, Neil, some redneck was going to make this better, I don't understand at all, mate.
No. See, you're missing it. They were supposed to come in with the references and the citations and help edit it and to, do things like that.
That's correct.
Adding citations is not editing.
I understand that. I understand, but that was the main thing. It was, and they were turning it into a reference book, and Refracted even said something about that. So, well, I'll tell you what they did. Nathan got busy, and this next book, his second one, because the first one is kind of like anti-Goldie.
I'm saying it again. The moment you say, if the Earth was a sphere, you've lost.
Of course.
Yeah, the moment you beg the question, which is, this was identified 5 years ago. That's why the calculator gets called the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, because the moment you use it, you're automatically assuming Earth's sphericity. It's in the title, Earth curve calculator. Well, what comes out the other end of an Earth curve calculator? Well, Earth curve, every single time. So you've already lost.
8 inches per mile squared, huh?
I never really thought about it like that before, but yeah, you're never not going to find Kurt fire.
Yeah, begging the question of sphericity means that you're always arguing within the confines of heliocentric rhetoric, either for the heliocentric rhetoric, well, Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, based on derivations of angular measurements of stars from a flat plane. My reification stands true, I believe. We're on a ball. I mean, in a ball.
Angular measurements, you say?
In a ball.
Yeah. The Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 because it's measured flat from sea level. The
Perfect.
0 degree baseline.
There you go.
There you go. So now you and I can fight about whether or not it's a ball. Now, let's not mention anything about flatness, the measurements thereof, or, especially not, measure any prerequisites for the ball that we require. Start with the ball, ignore the measurements of flatness that got us here, and then you can argue against it being a ball, one deck, and I will argue for it being a ball, okay? Just don't ever mention that sea level is a prerequisite, elevation angles from a flat plane are a prerequisite, horizontal distance measurements are a prerequisite. Don't mention any of those things. Start with me saying it is a ball, you continue off by saying it isn't. We all clear with the rules?
I see.
Love that.
It is a ball.
Okay, so how?
Yeah, you just hand wave
tell
those
me here-
measurements, and then you can argue over whether or not it's a ball or not. You know, the 8 inches, the square mile, the eye to level to surface level. Yeah, the mile again itself. Yes, mean sea level that you're taking it from, and surface level. Yeah, you can just hand wave dismiss all that, and then you can just keep on arguing whether or not it's a ball and how it's supposed to be a ball.
The Earth is measured flat via the distances to the oil rigs.
Yeah.
As a flat earther, you wouldn't be saying if the Earth was a sphere, because you know for damn sure 100% without a doubt that Earth is not a sphere. So you're not going to give anybody a sphere when there isn't one. Why would you do that?
We were in the pre-show. I played out Buck Sodbuster getting annihilated, and at one point he's having to describe how his angular measurements from his sextant are capable of deriving sphericity based on a derivation after distance measurement. Like, okay, so you need horizontal distance measurement of Earth's surface then? And he's like, no, distance isn't horizontal. You're like, is it not? Dumbo. Yes, it is.
That's the theodolite.
Theodolite, that was it. Sorry.
Well,
I said sextant, I meant theodolite.
That's where you go with them. Distance isn't linear. Go and look at a map. Yeah. Yeah, it's got a scale on there, you know, in miles or kilometers. Well, that doesn't mean it's... So when you're dealing with these, you're dealing with psychopaths, aren't you? In psychological dilemmas at that point, with sockbusters and whoever else. We don't give them mention names as much as we can, like. But, yeah, that's the road they've got to go down, reciprocating zenith angles, because there's a, you know...
Yeah, so now we're at the right place, though. Now we're just saying the Earth is measured flat in miles. The Earth is measured flat when you're measuring distances.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Well, it's not measured flat. It has to be flat to get any further measurements. It's the master reference for all measurements going forward. It's called sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level.
Exactly. So you can take altitude for, say, I don't know, a lighthouse off sea level, and then you can take your altitude, I don't know, off a cliff at St. Bees, and then you can draw out a horizontal linear distance cross-referenced with the Ordnance Survey measurements of the topology of the land to get a 30-mile distance between you, in reference to sea level, and the lighthouse in reference to sea level. So once you've got two flat Earth prerequisite elevation measurements from sea level, you can then describe a horizontal distance measurement between the two things, and then punch that horizontal distance measurement into a curve calculator to see whether or not there's a vertical obscurity based on measurements off a flat Earth in altitude for both observer and target. Oh, and cross-referenced with a distance measurement in a mile format. Now, so long as nobody mentions that every single measurement taken to do this is with respect to a planar surface, and that the planar surface itself has been measured with a convention called sea level, then all four flat Earth measurements can be ignored, and we can start punching values like altitude from sea level into an Earth curve calculator that only has one outcome. The flat Earth measurements you punch into it tell you how much curve you've got.
No, but you said altitude from sea level.
That's just a value that you punch into the Earth curve calculator, Neil, to see how much Earth curve you've got. The clue is in the title. It's an Earth curve calculator. So the flat Earth measurements will take you there.
It's not called a calculator for nothing, but if the Earth was a sphere, with these measurements that are measured from a surface level parallel to line of sight horizontal, then you might be able to calculate a curve. But, if it was a sphere, then we can try and debunk the sphere. But we don't need to debunk a sphere because it's not a sphere. No sphere has ever been measured. All measurements of Earth are measured from sea level, 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth. Hello?
It's we're the only ones saying that, right?
Well,
You're not
hopefully
going to hear
that'll
that anywhere
change.
else.
That's why we're managing to yak on about theft and things, because there's an interim period between literally the people in our immediate circle purchasing my book, reading it and going, this is the rhetoric that will move the needle that everyone asks for it to be moved. But the problem was that the people asking for a needle to be moved in terms of the engagement with a flat earth were the people that didn't actually want next man to find out earth is measured flat. They wanted to be the guru that told them it. Well, now we've turned our back on all those people and we've got a simplistic breakdown of the last 12 years, resulting in the most simplistic description of how the world is actually dealt with. And it is just measured flat. That is to say, we undermine our own rhetoric and demean it by saying it was that way anyway. We kind of are inconsequential to the facts in the matter. The facts are just how the earth gets measured by anybody who's measuring it. The fact that anybody who's measuring it is kept separate from a engineered discussion between hippies and dweebs is irrelevant to the measurements. They're still flat and always were. And the dweebs even rely on them being flat when they derive things like mile measurements for anything that they're suggesting implies sphericity. Like 8 inches per mile squared. You need the horizontal linear distance measurement of a ground that's already been measured and surveyed to make the inference that you've got a curved derivative from it. Well, like I say, every road leads to a flat earth. Ergo, we didn't really need to be here, but for the fact that we enjoyed arguing. Well, we've argued now, and now it seems kind of silly. But if Auntie Susan can read about how it was being measured flat anyway, you are acutely aware that the sea level, the term surface level is not unfamiliar to you. You have used a map and a linear scale. Ordnance Survey have measured Earth to the millimetre accuracy, and the principles and conventions that are used to measure it describe it in one way and one way only. Linear, flat, horizontal. That's what the topology of the land has presented. That's how it's been measured. The conventions refuse to have it described in any other functionality, and that's how it's practically applied to journeys through the air or on the sea or on the land. So it didn't really matter if we argued about the sphericity, because a derivative of those measurements can create a sphericity for you to believe in. But the belief in the sphere won't alter the base principle measurements of a flat surface that created it, and won't change how we navigate the flat land that we've measured in that manner anyway. It just means that there's a separate discussion happening over there with a load of wankers. Good.
Surely then, if we now point out how simple it is to measure things, they could use that to actually show this curvature that they're talking about. Give us some more measurements and say, well, there we are. We've measured it from there. We've helped them, haven't we?
Yeah, but they've done that. They've done that. I mean, we've got a 2,000-year-old measurement from some old Greek guy called Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
He was measuring angles, elevation angles to the sun from the surface of Earth, from a vertical obelisk, or whatever you want to call it, and a horizontal shadow on the surface of Earth. We've got the globe proof, but it's not actually globe proof. It's actually a flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.